All right, let's make sure I can hear my mic right now. Hold on. All right, cool. Looks like that's working. All right, yeah. We'll see if like a few other people join. I'll just have this playing while that's going. Ah! 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 No. All right, cool. Welcome everybody. So today we're gonna be covering someone you may have heard of. And we're going to be covering in this proprietary filter I've created. It's a very advanced technology. Patent pending on it, of course. Today we're going to be looking at someone by the name of the IrateGamer. And who that is if you've ever heard... What the fuck is going on in YouTube Studio? Does it say about the audio? Lower than the recommended bitrate. What the fuck? YouTube, are you up to some shit? Hold on. The audio bitrate is set to 0. How does that even... What? Okay, hold on. Anyways, we're going to be checking out IrateGamer. Let's go ahead and kick on our filter while I troubleshoot this. If you're not familiar with the IrateGamer, he's a very interesting guy. Well, maybe interesting is an overstatement. Yeah, the ad. Okay. Anyway, we have the fair use handler here. Just give me a second. I'm gonna see what the fuck YouTube is freaking out about, because I have zero idea. I don't know how the audio bitrate is 0. Presumably, you would hear nothing at that point. Not entirely sure what it means by that. Yeah, it's 320 on OBS, so I don't know what on earth. I don't quite know what on earth YouTube Studio is going on about, but we're just gonna roll with it. It seems like the audio is working just fine, so I don't see any problems on my end. I'm listening back on it on my phone, and it's not really resulting in anything. So, quick backstory: we're gonna be talking about the IrateGamer, and who that is if you're familiar with the angry video game nerd, the angry video game nerd, he kind of pioneered like an entire genre of like YouTube content. You know, he created pretty much the whole stereotype of like a reviewer reviewing a video game and being pissed off at it. And like many of the things, the reason people like the AVGN, at least they did back then, was because many of the things he complained about were like actually like bullshit things. And I don't know, some games back then are really, really, really poorly made. So the AVGN was interesting in that he kind of pointed that out. The IrateGamer is one of many people who went on to copy the AVGN. If you're familiar with the game dude, you know, he's the gamer dude, he's the bad attitude, that fucking guy. That guy's like the Canadian AVGN. He went fucking mental and he's on the run. So he's not really a thing anymore. Then you had the I think it was Angry Pissed Off Gamer, and he was the guy who was all like, Nintendo Sheet Cube, I do not like the Nintendo Sheet Cube, I hate Super Mario Sunshine, I hate Pikmin, I like there's that guy as well. And I don't really remember what happened to that guy, but he's definitely not making content anymore from what I understand. So AVGN Wii. Sorry, trying to keep an eye on chat. So yeah, there's people who copied the AVGN, and IrateGamer is one of them. And IrateGamer is probably the most infamous out of all of them, because at least Game Dude, he was kind of like, I don't know if that was, what the fuck, he went mental? Game Dude. Yeah, Game Dude, if you don't know the whole story, he was caught stalking a woman, pretty much. He was in like a relationship with this woman, and basically he was stalking her, and he got to the point that he got into legal trouble, and then he had to, it's never been found out if he actually went to court or if he ran away to avoid court. But we do know he ran out of the country to avoid like anything happening to him as far as like the law goes. He's Canadian, by the way, so this wouldn't be in like American courts or anything like that. But yeah, game dude is on the run. We still don't know where he is, but yeah, he's currently fleeing from the police, so he's out of the picture. Like I said, Angry Pissed Off Gamer is out of the picture. There's like a few other ones who I don't even remember, but they weren't big enough to be like significant anyways. I actually have an interesting video from the Angry Video Game Nerd. I suppose we should start with that. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Why the fuck did that pull up? Discord, come on. I need you to be my buddy real quick. All right, so we have... I suppose this would be the best introduction to not Game Dude, to the IrateGamer. We just hear it from the horse's mouth. This is the original creator of the angry review sort of like genre. And someone just happened to ask him about IrateGamer.
I can't really think anything good for that. So I don't know. What do you think of the
Hopefully audio is just fine on that, by the way. Hopefully you can hear this clip just fine.
Answer as quickly as I can. I have no reason to answer it. I mean, he pretty much pretends that I don't exist, so why would I even need to say anything about it? I don't realize what that does.
So yeah, if you didn't hear it, hopefully you did. The AVGN, basically he said, I don't have to address the IrateGamer because he acts like I don't exist, which... you'll see why he says that. But yeah, the AVGN, he's like, I don't have to pretend. I have to. He's basically saying, you know, I don't have to acknowledge the IrateGamer because he wants to just pretend that I don't exist, and he kind of wants to stomp on my ground. It is okay, yeah, okay. Hopefully, audio sounds just fine. So, anyways, that's what the AVGN has to say about him. Now, who is this wonderful guy? Well, I actually have a few of his reviews pulled up, and you're gonna see right away. This is like an older review of Resident Evil 5 that he did. You're going to see his format is kind of along the same lines of AVGN, and that's the biggest critique of him. He is like a straight up... I don't want to be too mean to this guy, but his whole thing is like, he is like this biggest straight up carbon copy of AVGN. Like as close as you could possibly fucking get, and you're going to see it in this review. So let's go ahead and start watching this. Do you got game? Okay, whatever.
Getting a lot of emails from fans of which games I should review next. So for the next couple of months.
So let's look at the background here. He has, I guess this is like a staple of like the gaming genre on YouTube or whatever, but like, I mean, I guess my background wouldn't be too much different, but he has the whole like NES games back here. That was sort of like his thing, sort of NES. Well, not entirely. He reviewed this game, of course, RE5. And then like he kind of had like some ghetto like toys in the background. He has these like Nintendo Power posters. He's really trying his hardest to make this look kind of like the Nerd Room from the Angry Video Game Nerd. And I mean, it's a decent attempt. Let's go ahead and keep watching this. Basically, his fans are... One of his fans had asked him to review Resident Evil 5, and I want to point out the length of this video. So he's going to review the entirety of Resident Evil 5 in 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Hopefully it's obvious why a game like Resident Evil 5 kind of needs a little more than 3 minutes and 19 seconds. At least I personally feel like it does.
This month, I'm reviewing Resident Evil 5.
Resident Evil 5.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I just said that. If you're not familiar with Resident Evil games, it was a groundbreaking series that combined horror-like elements into a game in order to scare the pants off the player. And the main goal during these games is to go around and shoot the shit out of tons of zombies.
So you can kind of tell that he didn't play any of the previous Resident Evil games, and that's not a big knock against him, but we're already skipping one of the biggest criticisms of Resident Evil 5, which is the fact that it went all in on the whole action angle. That was sort of people's biggest problem with that game. Like I even know some like Resident Evil 4 simps, like some really diehard Resident Evil 4 fans who were like, yeah, 5 took it way too fucking far. This game had none of the survival mechanics of the earlier Resident Evils. And like I said, that was like the biggest problem with it. And then there was also some other things, but that's like the biggest one right there. And you can tell that Chris Neo, well, now known as Chris Neo, formerly known as the IrateGamer, just wasn't aware of this. He just didn't have that level of understanding of the series to really do it justice. Hence why this review is 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Let's go ahead and continue.
Now the story is that terrorists have finally gotten hold of the drug that turns people into zombies. And now they're using it as a weapon against a small village in Africa. So the main character named Chris has to go in and check things out. Once you arrive at the small...
So I believe he describes it as a drug. I should tell you right now, this is not the story for Resident Evil 5. So the plot of Resident Evil 5 continues off of Resident Evil 4. And in Resident Evil 4, it is an insect parasite in sort of a way. It's called the Las Plagas, basically. And it's this insect parasite that was kind of... I don't remember if it was like some ancient thing they found. I gotta finish RE4, man. I gotta finish RE4 remake. I mean, it's been a little while since I played RE4, but I believe he used the word drug. I might have missed it. It was not a drug. It was a living organism. Hence the name biohazard that this series has in Japan. It's a bio weapon. So it's an organic living weapon. The fact that he's describing it as a drug is already kind of problematic.
Village. You meet up with your new partner, and together, both of you walk into a building to talk to a stranger who bears a striking resemblance to the Star Wars bounty hunter Dengar. He even supplies you with weapons and your mission objective. The game for the most part holds up pretty well.
I believe this is all he says about the game's story. And again, it's like, this is like the first mission of the game. Like this entire thing is literally just the first mission. I believe all of his footage is. So the fact that he's willing to give a plot synopsis for some reason is really bizarre, because there's a lot more that happens in RE5, obviously, because this is the first mission. But apparently he thought this was a good enough synopsis of the game. I don't know why he couldn't. It's not like RE5 is a long game. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not that long of a game. So why he didn't bother to play all of it before reviewing it is a little weird. At least the AVGN would do that, right? You'd see the AVGN in various in all of his videos actually talk about the ending of games and like how you actually beat final bosses and stuff like that. So for Chris, for the IrateGamer to take sort of like the lazy route with it, it's a it's a little bizarre.
Well, it does a great job at keeping the player entertained. Resident Evil 5 also stays true to form, as I still felt the rush of adrenaline while tiptoeing down the long corridors, not knowing when things would pop out at me. Hey guys, whoa!
Whoa. Okay. You can kind of see why he starts to resemble the AVGN though. And this, he is like, again, I cannot stress this enough. He is like a carbon copy of the AVGN, except he does none of the good stuff. It's at least not back then. We're going to get into a little more IrateGamer lore later. Apparently he made a comeback and like he has a more positive image of himself. But as far as like, he has a more positive reputation now. But as far as like going back in time into all of his older content, it's he was not liked by a lot of people.
Now the graphics in this game are incredible, and most of the time I found myself either staring at the background scenery or the incredibly detailed characters' facial expressions. Even the way people moved around seemed incredibly lifelike.
That line I thought was particularly funny because this is the, you can tell he didn't play through most of this game because this is the game that has Wesker doing the anime teleports and shit. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that he said that.
Really cool. Being a film director myself, I fully appreciate the amount
that was another line that shocked me. I'm like, film director? What? I don't remember reading anything about him being a film director, so I don't know if he just threw that out or what, but that Jesus, man.
and effort that goes into rendering these complicated scenes. Now, I should mention that I had a couple complaints with Resident Evil 5, and one of them was the game's complicated controls. Now, this is not a game where you could just pick the controller up and start shooting your way through stages. In fact, even after playing this game for a couple of hours, I still had trouble reacting during tense confrontations with the enemy. Even on the amateur setting, I still had a pretty hard time trying to defeat this axe-wielding asshole. Even though you have to keep yourself out of...
Okay, so again, this is like the first level of the game, and he's playing on amateur, and he's struggling with it. I guess some portions of it are hard, but that's typically for like the later portions of the game, right? The fact that he's on the first mission and he's on amateur, I'm not gonna say, oh, skill issue or anything like that. But he's also talking about the controls. I think the controls. Okay, I'll say it like this: when I went from RE4 to RE5 for the first time, I said, "Oh my god, they made the controls make sense." So I can kind of get it. Like if you played Call of Duty or Gears of War, for example, the controls are a little different from that, but they are still like intuitive. Especially if you played any of the previous Resident Evils, it was kind of like a weird hybrid of what the industry was doing at the time and also what Resident Evil had done in the past. But I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Harm's way, you also have to keep your partner alive, because if she dies, the game ends. Bummer. Why couldn't the easy setting just be a little bit more easier? Overall, I found this to be an entertaining...
So, absolutely skill issue. Absolutely no acknowledgement that of Shiva's AI, which, you know, if he wanted to say, oh, the game's a little difficult because the AI partner doesn't fucking do anything, which is true. That would be a genuine criticism of the game, because Shiva does control like ass when she's left to an AI. She's fucking horrible. So he could have said that, but no, apparently he, like I said, this was so, you could tell this must have been like a slap in the face to the fan who asked him to play this, because again, this is not a long game. He could have at least played it like halfway, right? Like this game did not have that many missions, and considering most of them are just you just shoot at some dudes, it's like I don't know, man. Like this totally could have had a lot more effort put into it. AVGN videos have a lot more effort put into it.
Entertaining game with all the blood and gore you could throw at it. But if you're looking for a game you can just breeze through and absorb the storyline as you play, then you just might want to pass this one up. Ow! Ugh. Hey, stop it! That's my spirit, buddy!
Ow! Hey! Stop it! Okay, that's sort of our introduction to the IrateGamer. He's that's a good summary of a lot of his content. There are even IrateGamer videos where he just straight up rips off like entire AVGN videos, like even word for word, like verbatim sometimes. He'll say the same line. I believe there's a compilation out there of like all of the times he's ripped off AVGN. But we're not going to get into that. We're going to keep this strictly Capcom focused. This was his Resident Evil 5 review, and it's safe to say 3 minutes and 19 seconds is not enough time to review this game. There's a lot more nuance in this. Not to say like Resident Evil 5 is like the most deep game in the world, but you do have to acknowledge like this came out right after Resident Evil 4. It changed a lot, especially in the direction that Resident Evil took. Sorry, I've been having to clear my throat a lot. So essentially what I'm saying is this review was simply not long enough, especially since a decent portion of it was just his intro and then him talking on camera all like, hey, my fans want me to talk about this game. So I don't know if the fan who requested this was actually happy. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know IrateGamer had genuine fans back then, but not dogging on anybody who watched them. But I don't know. I find it interesting. IrateGamer, I guess if I was to imagine like an IrateGamer viewer, it would probably be someone who also viewed AVGN and was like, damn, I wish I had more AVGN. So they kind of like supplementally watched the IrateGamer. That's my best guess. It's not like I've ever been an IrateGamer fan. I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know this guy existed for like a large portion of the time. Even though I knew about the, what the fuck is that? Why is he there? Okay, whatever. Anyways, that's Resident Evil 5. We're actually going to be talking about some of his other reviews. Now, these ones I actually haven't seen, so I'm going to be reacting to these live. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm going to pull some of these other ones up. Oh my god, more fucking ads. There's more fucking ads. Okay, come on. This one's apparently still in 4x3, but we have Ghosts and Goblins. Then we got Mega Man. Again, his specialty is sort of NES, just like fucking just like the AVGN. So let's see. Let's go ahead and do Mega Man. Okay, let's look at that room again. That room looks... So he's even got, like, the Rob robot. Okay, yeah, this straight up looks like it was taken out of an AVGN video. This background I'm talking about with, like, all the posters and stuff. Like, the wall even looks like the same, like, shade of white and, like, the color grading. I don't know. Man, maybe it's a bizarre complaint, but fuck, man.
Mega Man was one of the most popular franchises for Capcom on the NES.
Get YouTube Premium. I have it, but not for this account. No, we'll see if I'm willing to pay for it for this account. But on my personal YouTube, I do.
After all, they did have 6 installments for this system alone. Damn, that's a lot of Mega Man.
Okay, that's a crazy fucking thing to me. They have a hexology of Mega Man games on just the NES. I don't even know how that fucking happened, because these games are really hard. Like, I refuse to believe some kids in the 80s were buying all of these fucking games, because they are so fucking hard. But oh well. I mean, they are pretty good games, though.
Man. And the popularity of this series was due to the great concept of defeating a bad guy and then stealing his weapon to use for yourself. Yep, he's a regular hamburglar of the video game world. Rebel, rebel. Hey! Mega Man was one of the first games to give you the option of...
Are the McDonald's characters a regular thing on his channel? I actually didn't know this. Does he always have McDonald's characters in his shit? Because he had what's his name? Grimace in the other thing. Oh, Chris Neo. We'll get into Chris Neo later. Anyways, he had Grimace in the other video. So is McDonald's characters just a regular fucking thing? I know in one of the AVGN videos, he made a joke all like, oh, it's Grimace's nutsack or something like that. So I don't know if he just took that joke and like decided all of the antagonists of his videos should be that. I don't fucking know, man.
Choosing any level to play first. But despite this cool option, some of the stages in this game were so difficult that it could cause
kids were built different back then. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I mean, there is something to be said about like kids in the 80s like just playing a game until like they finally fucking beat it. Just because that was all they had.
Playing it to go batshit angry. Before even starting, we find that the cartridge of this game totally misleads the purchaser. Here we find a military badass ready to battle to the death in a futuristic world. Plug in the game, and we get a cartoon character running around in blue underwear. Not exactly what I expected. At the stage select screen, we'll just pick the Cutman level since it's the first one highlighted. Plus, how iconic is the background music? Awesome. So as you'd expect, Mega Man runs around the level dodging multiple obstacles in order to get to the level boss. And with this level, you can usually make it there on one life alone. Trying to defeat the boss on that same life, however, is a different thing entirely. After defeating Cut...
Okay, so when AVGN rages, right? There's like a level of... First of all, I don't know why I thought this was so funny, but like when AVGN rages, it's like, I don't know, something about it just feels like so right, like when he screams like into a pillow, or like when I don't know, like when he destroys like a cartridge or some shit. Like when the AVGN gets pissed on camera, it doesn't necessarily feel like genuine anger, because like part of the joke is they're unreasonably angry, right? But it feels like an extreme anger. Whereas this is kind of like he kind of like swims towards the camera, right? Let's see. He just like swims towards the camera, and that was kind of like his. Let's see if he gets angry again. See if there's more shots of him. Well, he finally beats him this time. I don't know why. It kind of looks like he's just swimming through fucking air. He's like a fucking shark. Not exactly what you expected. What? Yeah, I didn't know there were fucking McDonald's characters in more of his videos. That's, oh man. Meanwhile, he's fucking swimming towards the camera like a goddamn fish. Like this just doesn't. Let's see if we can get the audio for it too.
On that same life, however, is a different thing entirely.
It just doesn't come off right, you know. Like this, it's just like a, you know. It's like I don't know, man. Just it's diet AVGN. It's the best way to sum him up.
Then steal his powers, and then start using his cutting ability to defeat enemies quicker, and make intricate works of origami. Alright, well let's head on over to the fireman level next. I'm not sure what fire department he belongs to, but I'm pretty sure that outfit isn't standard issue. Of course, since we have Cutman's power, we can make short work with some of these annoying enemies that a regular arm blaster just can't handle. This super cool weapon boomerangs around the screen, and
is this a setup for a joke, or?
Decides to return whenever the hell it feels like, I guess. Even with having Cutman's ability by your side, this level does get pretty tough. Maybe I should just come back to this level after I've defeated Iceman and taken his ability. It would help me with all this fire. Yep, good old Iceman.
Dude, I hated the Iceman level so much.
There. I wonder if he's related.
I was quoting him because of how he didn't expect Mega Man to be Blue Guard. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I must have missed that.
Of course, choosing to play through the ice world also means facing the dreaded rock climb from hell. This rock climb is a frustrating concept of ledges appearing.
I have a love-hate relationship with this level. Like, I don't play much Mega Man. I mostly play like the first one. I think I played like a little bit of Mega Man X, but like the the fucking the rock climb. I don't know why. I simultaneously love this so much, and I also fucking hate it because it's just the most annoying fucking thing, right? Let's go ahead and maybe skip ahead a little bit. Oh, okay. Here's more rage.
All right, enough of this.
So I don't know if anyone else feels this way. When he was pointing, it kind of reminded me of Germa. I don't know why Germa flashed in my fucking brain when he did that.
Piss. Come on.
Now that I think about it, it does seem kind of like how Germa would talk. What the fuck? This level gets pretty tough. Proceeds to stand on the track. Oh yeah.
All right, enough of this shit. Time for more running and gunning.
Why he jumped right into that guy, I'm not sure.
This shit? Well, kiss my ass. Even though these platforms are a pain to deal with, they're nothing compared to the moving platforms in the Gutsman level.
Okay, the Gutsman
You'll first need to actually.
The Gutsman platforms are not that fucking hard, dude. See, look at this. What? Just time it better. What? Okay, whatever.
What the? And then you'll have to jump onto the second moving platform. Damn it. Master that, and then you'll have to jump whenever there's a break in the path. Ah, jerk.
Why would you not jump forward? Why would he? What? Why does he angle back when he jumps like that? What? Is he trying to play like DSP? I wonder if he's like trying to, because here's the thing, AVGN, like when he dies, you don't always get the impression that like he kind of faked a death, right? Like when the AVGN shows him dying in a game, it's usually like a genuine death. I even remember like a making of the AVGN video where he's like, yeah, I have to leave specific notes in my script for editing later where I can pull up clips of me dying and I can like react to them and stuff. So like the AVGN, at least that's what he said in that video, I think. The AVGN would pull up like actual genuine times he died and like describe those in detail and why those moments weren't the best and most replayed apparently. Looks like we have some amazing gamerific rage right here. Let's go ahead and skip to this because I don't know. He's just playing like DSP at this point, man.
Oh shit! You bastard!
I hope that wasn't a Nintendo Power poster. What the fuck? Was it? Oh no! It was. Oh man. Man, he just destroyed history right there. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I take it back. I won't say this rage seemed genuine, but it certainly does seem a little out of hand.
Now I know why this boss is called Gutsman. It's because playing this level makes you want to punch him in the guts and then rip him out and strangle him until he chokes and dies on this stupid shit. Defeat this
Jesus Christ.
stupid Gutsman, and you'll be able to take his powers. And let's just see what the hell we got here. The hell's this shit? This power-up doesn't do anything. Oh, you douche! Well, at least I have some other power-ups to rely on, like Cutman's, Fireman's, and Bombman's. Okay, what the hell is this? I have to wait 5 seconds before the bombs explode? Pathetic. Or how about my ice powers that can freeze enemies that can still hurt me? Ugh, stupid! And as for Electman...
Let's see if we have any more scenes of him raging, because this is apparently a bunch of gameplay. Let's see, I want to see more of him on camera.
Oh, damn it, I was almost there! No!
Wait, did he recycle it? What the fuck? This was here earlier. He put it in twice. Is this part of a get? I need to know the context for this. Did he make a gag? Did he make a gag? Like, oh, we'll use the same scene twice or something like that.
Oh, that's what he does. Lifts heavy objects. Well, since he only does it a couple times in this entire game, it still sucks. The major downside to this level is that there are spikes everywhere that if you impale yourself on, spells out instant game over, pal. Jeez, where's the power of levitation man when you need him? During this Dr. Wily stage, prepare to get seriously pissed off at this level.
Oh, you know what? I remember this Wily stage, yeah.
If the spikes don't get you, the enemies will. Whoop. Oh, damn it, I was almost there!
Don't rip out the pro's cut! Okay, so there is no context. He just uses it a second time for some fucking reason. What? Did he lose track of it in editing or something? What the fuck, man? Okay. Wait. Did he put it back up in... Hold on. Hold on. We're on some fucking FBI shit right now.
It! You bastard!
He fades it in. So does he put the salt in after in that same shot? Or hold on. No, it's a different poster this time. Wait, so it's the same gag. Wow, he destroyed 2 posters during this then. I thought it was the same fucking clip. Did that sound play twice?
This level is
Okay, that's an interesting editing choice. It's actually a different poster this time. Yeah, okay. It took me a bit to realize that. I thought he fucking straight up like used the same clip twice. I'm like, what?
not for the faint of heart, because
Wow, so he really just destroyed 2 posters. Holy shit.
after surviving all these spikes, you'll then have to defeat 4 more levels, defeat all 6 robots again, as well as a carbon copy of yourself inside of this crazy discotheque. And the odds of surviving all this shit is 1,000,000 to 1.
Damn you, stupid game! I will cut out your soul and eat it!
If you finally get the rare chance to face
Cut out your soul and eat it. All right. What the relevance of him becoming red? I'm not entirely sure what it is. Does he unlock Fireman's power or something? I'm not entirely sure.
Damn you, stupid game! I will cut out your soul and eat.
Maybe skipping through this video is a bad idea. We'll see.
If you finally get the rare chance to face Dr. Wily and actually defeat him, you'll then be able to make him your bitch. Yeah, that's right. Bow down to your new master, buddy. Hold on a second, let me unzip my pants.
What?
After saving the day, Mega Man then runs back home to celebrate. Although this whole scenario
When did this video come out? 8 years ago. Okay, I guess I can kind of see a joke like that being made 8 years ago, but holy shit.
kind of reminds me of something else. Before finishing,
Haha, funny.
game developers made sure to set the stage for a sequel, just in case they made one. Alright, well, now it's time to check out Mega Man 2. You know what? Forget it. I'm done.
Chris Bores. All right, that's Mega Man apparently. So let's go ahead and watch Ghosts and Goblins. Maybe he's got some hot takes about Ghosts and Goblins.
NES. I guarantee that Ghosts and Goblins is probably on your top 5 list. If not, then it's time to make some room, because we're busting this game wide open. Now before playing the game, you're shown some backstory. And it turns out to be the same classic romantic.
Yeah, like why did he unzip his pants? What? I kind of get an idea of the joke he was making, but like what? Damn, dog, you're really gonna subject Wily to that? I guess it could be worse. I could be one of those like fucking Mario channels where they're like, what? No, Mega Man would never do that. Mega Man would never do that. But I don't know. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that joke is a little wild. That joke didn't age the best. Let's just say that it was probably fine 8 years ago, I guess.
Romantic tale of guy and girl fall in love. Guy and girl go out for a picnic. Girl then gets kidnapped by the devil and takes her back down to hell with him. Whew, this is some heavy shit. Well, as long as he's on his way down to hell, can he at least take the movie Wicker Man, starring Nicolas Cage, along down with him? That movie was the biggest piece of shit I ever saw.
Wicker Man. Okay, I guess that's something for me to watch sometime. Jesus.
Now, once the game begins, you take control of the main character, which is named Arthur. Your main goal is to go around and slash your way through 6 stages of Ghosts and Goblins in order to save your girlfriend. But here's the downside, and this one's a doozy. Get hit twice, and you become maggot food. Shit! Now, avoiding to get hit twice shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it is. The levels are huge, they're hard, and they're filled to the brim with a fuckload of enemies. I mean, look at this shit. You aren't even given enough room to breathe. Now, the first time you get hit, your armor will fall apart, leaving you to defend yourself in your tighty whities. Your only chance now is to hope that these demons will take one look at you and double over from
Okay, let's see if he says something interesting. Oh, okay. Apparently he's about to be on camera.
laughter. But I assure you this game is no laughing matter. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
Okay. Again, this is like old school YouTube humor, so I'm not gonna say, "Oh, that's crazy," but like, Ghosts and Goblins, okay.
But my main beef is this fucking suit of armor. Armor
Again, it's like funnier when the AVGN does it, right? Because there's like a lot of like, I guess oomph wouldn't be the best word, but like I don't know. I'm worried YouTube's gonna scan this video if I keep showing it, and it's gonna be like, oh, you did something, you did something. So I don't know if I want to replay it several times. But like when the AVGN, I guess the AVGN never really had a joke where like he put a gun up to himself, right? It was more like he destroyed the cartridge and stuff like that. So I don't know, man. Just oh Chris, what are you doing, man?
But my main beef is this fucking suit of armor. Armor made out of metal should be durable enough for any battle. And for one hit by a demon to totally...
Okay, you got to keep in mind you're fighting like demons though, right? Like armor made out of metal. Like yeah, I suppose against like people, sure. Like human weaponry, but like you're fighting literal demons.
...destroy it is complete utter bullshit. Now each time you start a new life, the screen will side-scroll past every level that lies ahead, as if to mock you.
Face it, Arthur. You'll never get this far. Excuse me.
Along your journey, you're going
the amazing joke of the dude coughing, just amazing. I don't know. These feel so low effort. I'm not gonna say like I'm Thwink. What's up, Caribou Malt? Is that what your name says, Caribou Malt? What is a Caribou Malt?
to encounter a lot of enemies, each one more powerful than the next. So count on cheating if you intend on seeing anything past level 1, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing in this game that will help you against the 2 hits and you're dead bullshit. That means no magic mushrooms, no red hearts, not even a fucking power pellet. But what they will give you is a lame-ass fireball weapon. This piece of shit is awkward to use, and it will hit your target 1/4 of the time. If you see it, just avoid it.
Okay, interesting that I believe this is supposed to be about the NES version, so it's interesting that he's showing the arcade version. Did I miss some context or something? Did he say, oh, in the arcade it's like this? Hold on.
You're gonna encounter...
Excuse me.
Ooh, excuse me.
Along your journey, you're gonna encounter a lot...
No, he just switches to the... He just switches to a different version of it. Oh, okay.
...of hearts weapon. This piece of shit is awkward to use, and it will hit your target 1/4 of the time. If you see it, just avoid it. And another thing I don't understand is that sometimes enemies will...
Okay, Ghosts and Goblins is just NES Dark Souls. Changed my mind.
...drop little bear statues that give you points. Points? Is that really necessary? For God's sake, I've got to worry about zombies, bats, demons, warlocks that'll turn you into a frog, demon knights, plants, dragons, ogres, ghosts, goblins, rancors, skeletons, and they want me to worry about some fucking point system too? How the hell is that gonna matter once you save the princess? It won't, so fuck the point system. I'm really wondering what kind of age group this game was intended for, because if I can't get this far, how is it...
Did he run out of footage of the NES version? Also, when he brought up frogs, I got some Final Fantasy VII PTSD. But anyways, did he seriously run out of footage of the NES version? Because it's not like he said, oh, in the arcade version it was like this, or oh, in what's it called, Ghouls and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts?
Young kid
I don't know, man.
Any better. Well, that's why I invited my little cousin Joey over to see what he thinks of this game. How you doing, Joey?
I like games. I like games.
Oh God.
Ghosts and goblins. Ghosts and goblins. Okay.
Okay, I'll give him credit in this instance where like he's kind of intentionally dying. It does make sense in terms of like the plot of the video. But earlier in that Mega Man video, I don't know. It felt like he was forcing a lot of those deaths. I don't know anyone who would be on those Gutsman platforms and like jump backwards.
I don't like this game. This game sucks.
Well, thanks, Joey.
Also, for some reason, I thought this was like a Nintendo Switch. And then I had to remind myself this video is from way before that.
I like this game. This game sucks.
Well, thanks, Joey. Now, once you pass level 1, you find that each stage is harder than the next. if you can believe that. And one annoying thing is these annoying floating eyeball platforms. Each one moves at a different speed.
Let me ask you guys. I guess this is for both of my VOD viewers and my live viewers. Did any of you guys watch IrateGamer? Is there anyone, maybe when this is in VOD form and like some other people see this, because most of my viewers see these once they become VODs. Is there anyone in the comments who can tell me, oh yeah, I remember IrateGamer. I loved his stuff. I don't know, man. I think most people didn't like him, but fuck, man. Is there anyone who actually watched him back then?
Which makes moving from one to the next very difficult. And if you don't jump in time, you'll be knocked off your platform completely. Damn it! So, if you're lucky enough to survive the onslaught of enemies, you'll find yourself at the end of Stage 5 to fight off 2 giant bats. Now, once you defeat them, it's on to the last battle, right? Well, you better have been lucky enough to find this special shield, or you ain't going nowhere.
Okay, I will say this was kind of bullshit. This was total bullshit.
In fact, you're going right back to the beginning of level 4. Yes, you heard me correctly. Back to the beginning of stage fucking 4. Now, once you find the shield and make it back, then it's on to the final battle. And this is it. The war between good and evil ensues. A battle of wills, a battle of wits, and a battle of... This room is an illusion. A trap devised by Satan.
Okay, yeah, I remember this shit too.
And now they sent me back to level 1 to beat this game a second time? Fuck!
Phenomenal, man.
You douchebag, I tricked you again.
I know I'm repeating myself like a record, but it just doesn't...
And now they sent me back to level 1 to beat this game a second time?
This just doesn't have like the oomph of AVGN, you know? It's just like when... I don't know how to best describe it, but like when AVGN got angry, like it was like it's so beautifully suited the character, right? It was just like a comedic anger, right? Whereas this is some dude who genuinely seems to think like loud equals funny. I guess I'm sort of in the same camp, but this seems to be like a dude who's just like, oh, if I scream, it'll be funny. Yeah, if I say fuck loud enough that it causes an echo, this will definitely be funny, right, guys? And then you have like Satan laughing, I guess.
You douchebag, I tricked you again.
The most asinine thing about this game is to truly beat it, you have to go through and beat it a second time. So that means twice the ghosts, twice the goblins, and twice the bullshit. But this time, it's personal.
Hold on, just gonna double check something real quick. Okay. This is like the first time I've watched someone else's videos on my stream, so I'm just making sure it's not like causing any like content ID problems as far as like YouTube goes. Apparently I'm commenting enough over this video to prevent that, so that's good to know.
At last, the final stage, and it's time to take Satan down once and for all. Now let's blow this thing, kid, and go home. So after defeating the game twice, we finally reach the end. But wait just a damn minute. This story is happy end? Happy end?
Okay, this is what I'm talking about, where like there would be portions of his video that I would get it if you reviewed the same like game as the AVGN, you would have similar complaints, right? But there are some portions of his videos where like they are verbatim the AVGN video, and this might be one of those parts, or at least it's very similar.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that somebody forgot to proofread this thing?
Okay, yeah, I remember the AVGN saying that. That is crazy. He just straight up lifted that shit. God damn.
I mean, this should read, this story is a happy ending.
Oh my fucking god, he even... I'm taking it back right now, guys. I'm taking it back right now, guys. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe you would do this.
And I'm pretty sure congratulations has an S at the end. And with only 4 parts of this game requiring text, how the fuck does this even happen?
You can't even enjoy your victory. I must quit smoking.
Well, that's it. I cannot take anymore. I've had enough of this fucking game. It's time to send you back to meet your maker.
Is he gonna destroy the cartridge? Let's do it, gamers. I don't know. Is it just me? Did that feel like a little off? Like feels like something's a little missing, man. It's strange to me that like someone can copy the AVGN so closely and then not even have like the same level of like impact as far as like editing goes, or like, I don't know, man. I'm not like the best editor in the world. Something just feels so missing, right? Like something, I'm kind of like brainstorming this scene right now, and I'm like, there should have been like a scene, there should have been like a camera cut, right, facing towards his hand, and like maybe it should have shown like the decimated portions of the cartridge, right? Like maybe it's charred a little bit, and like he has it in his like hand, and it's kind of like crushing it and crumpling it within his grasp. But no, it just kind of like fades away, and he just does that pose, and then like he kind of unassumingly like looks towards the camera, and it's like even if he didn't want to like get some black like flakes on his hand or some shit, like he could have, fuck man, I don't know, he could have had like a quip or something. Oh, like, there you go, that's where you belong, or some stupid shit like that. But no, he just kind of looks off, and it fades, and that's the end. That's the end of it. I don't know, man. It's just as far as like copying the AVGN, this is what's so bizarre to me. You know, how do you copy the AVGN so closely to the point where verbatim you were saying the same things that he has been saying in his videos, and then you don't copy any of the like competent stuff, you know? And it was kind of weird too, because I remember the IrateGamer, one of the positive things I heard about him was sometimes his editing was better than the AVGN. So it's just really bizarre to see a scene like this where, like, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't even film for long enough. Like when he took this to editing, he didn't even consider, oh wait, I might fade into black after this, so maybe I should have a my bad, I got some shit in my throat. Anyways, it never occurred to him while he was filming this, like, oh wait, I might fade to black after this, so maybe I should just stand still for a few more seconds just to kind of catch the outer part, right? So it kind of blends in a little better. But no, it just kind of freeze frames and then just goes black, and it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe this is just me being sort of a shitty video editor and kind of like picking on him. I'm certainly not punching down. I'm more so punching up. But oh, cool, 8-bit guy. Man, if we go back to the AVGN though, and what he said, where he's like, yeah, IrateGamer, he likes to pretend that I don't exist. And you look at his content, at how he so closely replicates the AVGN, and I can kind of see where he's coming from. The IrateGamer wants to make what AVGN is making and hope that nobody notices, right? At least it seems like that's his overall goal. He just wants to make all these like angry game reviews and just be the angry game reviewer guy. And he hopes that like AVGN, I guess he was thinking he would do it better, and like nobody would ever figure out that he's ripping someone else off. And then when people did, he's like, oh, but I don't know. Fucking, I get the sense that like he really wants to be the AVGN, but he just doesn't have it, right? He has like the competency as far as it comes to like putting together a video, and maybe even as far as commentary goes, he does just fucking steal shit from the AVGN sometimes. But maybe even as far as like critiquing a game, he has what it takes. But as far as like comedic timing, or as far as like the flow of a video, like establishing, man, I don't know. The words are like escaping me the words are escaping me right now. It's so bizarre. He just doesn't have the natural timing that it takes to like execute things like these, or like it never occurs to him while editing to be all like, oh, I should really show how I decimated that NES cartridge, and you know, instead of having some shitty post effect. But well, maybe not shitty, it was okay, but man. Let's go ahead and explore some 𝐂𝐏𝐿. I wasn't able to find any like Capcom related 𝐂𝐏𝐿 stuff, but if you're curious about what he's like nowadays, let's go ahead and check out mail order games.
Meet Fargo.
Oh my fucking god. I should get YouTube Premium.
Those video games for the Atari that you had to mail away for.
Oh god.
And some of these titles get downright ridiculous.
Dude, I'm starting to get gray hairs and I'm not proud of it. I'm not happy about that. He reminded me, I'm sorry. What? Okay, I'm sorry, homie. You could have put like a string at like the end of the, like, maybe he could have had like a string at the corner of this cabinet and kind of like had someone off screen, you like yank it a bit and then like animate the horse going into it. Or you know what? The cabinet could have just started opening in the the cabinet could have just started open to begin with and maybe like shut it in post. Like maybe you could like, I don't know, man. This, how it just fades through.
Chase the Chuck Wagon, a video game for dog food?
I do find it. Oh god, was that the AVGN? Okay, this is a little bit of that lore I was going to talk about. Apparently, the IrateGamer and the AVGN are doing things together now. I'm not sure what on earth happened to lead up to this, but this actually leads into sort of like the twist of this video that I'm going to get to later, because 𝐂𝐿 is not the only thing that the IrateGamer is doing anymore. There's another thing that might actually shock you. Well, maybe not shock you, but it might be a little weird. It's not anything bad necessarily, but James is also involved in that little side project. Well, I guess side hustle is the wrong word for it, because I think it even has more subscribers than I think it has more subs than his main channel. I think you guys might be surprised what his other channel is.
In the 1970s, Purina Dog Food had a string of memorable commercials where a horse and wagon popped out of the TV screen, causing the family dog to...
I kind of want to see more of him on camera, though. I really don't give a shit about this Purina game.
Then, of course, allow 6 to 8 weeks for delivery. 8 weeks? We don't have that kind of time. Whoa. Hey, thanks. Was this game worth the wait? Well, let's find out. And upon starting, you take control of this little poochie here, and your mission is to run through this maze in order to reach...
So what's he doing with his hands here?
Just push the action button at the right time and rack up the points. This game...
Okay, let's see. What's he got to say, man?
Any day now. Come on, move! Yes, I'm free! No! Ah, fuck you and your dog food! Another thing that'll piss you...
Fuck you and your dog food, everybody. Okay.
Come on. No, back to the right. No, back to the left. Get down there! Oh, come on!
Dude, this opening does look kind of insane, I'll be honest with you. Like, how could... They couldn't make it a little wider.
Clock is ticking! For the love of God, I'm right at the finish line! Get in there! Get in there!
Scream for me. Rage. Oh, come on.
That's it! Take your dog food...
Destroy it.
Shove it up your asshole! Asshole! Another...
Okay, it's like I was saying earlier, so I'm not going to repeat myself too much, but yeah, at least have like a nuke explosion or something go off, you know, like... Yeah. Fuck, man. I don't know. I guess we've seen enough of modern Chris, modern 𝐂𝐈𝐍𝐿. I don't want to play like his newest video in full and get in fucking trouble with YouTube. Oh, it's so funny. We've got him in the Batman costume because this is part of that other channel. So this is 𝐂𝐏𝐿. This is him no longer. Well, at one point he was no longer the IrateGamer. At one point he was 𝐂𝐏𝐿. I guess he's back to being the IrateGamer. It's man, the fucking lore on this guy is bizarre. Fucking 𝐂𝐏𝐿. I'm sorry, I saw 𝐂𝐏𝐿 in the corner of my eyes. We're gonna have to talk about 𝐂𝐏𝐿 at some point. Oh man, I guess let's go into what I wanted to feed into, because on the side, as sort of like a side hustle, Chris Bors or 𝐂𝐏𝐿, whatever you want to call him, he's working on, believe it or not, a toy channel. Oh fuck! Come on! You ruined all of the suspense. I should have known this ad was gonna happen. Yeah, he's working on the fucking toy. Oh my god! You're gonna serve me double. You're gonna serve me double ads. I hate YouTube ads so much. Yeah, he has a fucking kids channel. Now maybe other people knew this, but I certainly didn't.
All right, kids. Today we've got some more tabletop arcade games.
But notice that that's his voice. That's the crazy thing. Like, I would have never figured this out if someone didn't point it out to me, but that's literally his voice.
And this time we've got Street Fighter 2, made by New Wave Toys. Oh, what? Street Fighter 2? Oh, man, I want to fight. Oh, let's do this. All right, Tommy Steve, but first, we have to do some unboxing before we start clashing knuckles together. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going to be awesome. All right, kids, so here we have the brand new Street Fighter 2 arcade game, and in addition to this really cool arcade cabinet...
Can I say... Can I say this machine? Oh man, I don't know. Something about it like looks kind of bad. Like, look at how small those buttons are. Do you really expect me to play on this? I get it's a novelty thing, and obviously, if I wanted to play Street Fighter 2, like I would just pull it up on like a modern console for like the 30th anniversary collection, right? But like, do you really look at his thumbs, man? Like,
this thing looks like the original arcade cabinet. Oh, that talk about perfection. Up here we have the original.
I don't think kids' hands. I fucking croaked my voice right there. I don't think kids' hands are that small.
Key, which says Championship Edition Street Fighter 2. Nice, and then down below, oh, we get all the characters around the screen. That's pretty cool. And then just check out these buttons.
Check out these buttons. They even. Oh, that's hilarious. I saw a Reddit post about this a little bit ago. It was some dude on Reddit, and he was like, can we not call them whatever the fuck these are? We cannot refer to these as these anymore. Just say light punch. Just say medium punch. And I'm like, bro, it's not that hard. It's jab, strong, fierce, short. Wasn't this supposed to be long? What the fuck? Did they change it? Okay, whatever. Short, long, roundhouse. Like, it's not that hard. Come on. It's not that hard.
Only a lot smaller.
Redditors piss me off so much, man.
And true to the original. And then down here, nice. We get the coin slots. Oh, that looks perfect. We get this little thing right there. That looks awesome, too. Yep,
I do have to say, like, it is pretty cool that they have, like, a decent replication of the machine. It's not like I've ever seen one in real life or anything. But, like, as far as like the CPS hardware goes, they did a pretty decent like job emulating the cabinet. It apparently has USB.
This thing on here. Oh, we can play ourselves some Street Fighter 2. Whoa, check it out. The best part about it is the marquee lights up. Oh, talk about a puppet-tastic bonus. I love it. All right, a Street Fighter game.
Okay, this is what took me for a shock. Listen to this shit.
I can't wait to play this.
Well, if it isn't Ryu, back off. I'll be playing this arcade game first.
What? Well, that's what you think, Ken.
Ooh, that's it. Let's settle this with a street fight.
You're on!
Anybody recognize that voice? Does anybody recognize that voice? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah, if we scroll down, I think we scroll down. Where is it? Special thanks to both the AVGN and the IrateGamer for lending their voices for this awesome Ryuken showdown. There's the AVGN in this video. That really shocked me. Why he's Oh, sorry, I totally missed out on the chat. Numbskull and Replicate arcades. I've actually never played with too many of these like little arcade toys. I've always been interested in collecting them, and checking them out a little bit. Which fucking one is this again? Champion Edition tabletop board. Who the fuck made this one? Did he even say it at the beginning? I guess not. It's not on the box, at least. Let's look. Yeah, there's the fucking AVGN in this video, and that really took me for a surprise. That really fucking.
Fellas, calm down. I'm gonna be playing this one first because this is the Puppet Steve show. Alright, so just like the original arcade, all we have to do is press down this coin.
I do have to give him credit though, like as far as the production value of like these toy. Well, okay. As far as like production value goes for like these fucking toys, is this a player 2 controller?
Gamepad here.
You can play PvP on this fucking thing? What?
Ooh, this is so cool.
This looks worse than like a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. This looks literally worse than a Joy-Con.
Oh, I can play the game now. Yes, I'm Steve.
I guess it is a player 2 controller. Okay, what I was about to say is like as far as like production value for these videos go, I honestly think it's a little better than what he usually does for IrateGamer, because at the very least, like when he's holding shit, he has like these puppet hands, so it kind of follows like the character. Think about this. This could have. That's the weird thing. I just noticed your chat message. I have no idea when the AVGN and IrateGamer started like collaborating, because back then they didn't like each other, or like maybe not necessarily didn't like each other, but like it's not like they had like the greatest thing going on, you know. Like I'm pretty sure AVGN in this video said, you know, oh, I'm just gonna ignore IrateGamer because he doesn't acknowledge my existence. You know, he just kind of wants to rip him off and like hope nobody notices. So the fact that they're collaborating together really took me for a surprise, to say the least.
On this little gamepad here. Oh boy, talk about a really cool puppet bonus.
Oh, fuck, I totally got sidetracked. So anyway, I was talking about like the production quality though, because he built like a dedicated set. You could kind of see in the Chris Neo videos that it was just like his house, right? But he built a full ass set. Now it's not like an elaborate one, but he at least built like a decent set for this. I suppose if he really wanted to, he could have like a Minecraft grass table, but you know, that's assuming he wants to put the effort towards that. It's, I don't know. 1 million subscribers, and this is all he has to do. I mean, maybe he doesn't see it as a necessary investment.
Oh, this is so cool! Oh, I can play the game now. Yes, I'm Steve. This is gonna be so much fun. Let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and put some extra credits into this machine. And as you can see on the screen here, it now switches to where you can push for 1 player or a 2-player start. And boom, we have our 1-player select, which will let's see, pick old Ken here. And I'm gonna pick Honda. Oh yeah, let's do this.
I'm gonna pick Honda. Okay, I was playing Honda recently in Street Fighter 6. I think James wasn't as confrontational as Mike Matei. Yeah, that's true. Mike Matei is an interesting guy. he's a very interesting guy. I don't know like the full lore between what happened between oh, what the fuck was it? It was off the tip of my tongue. I don't entirely know the whole story of what happened to Mike Matei and all of the old like Screw Attack guys, but James at the very least, he seemed like a little like impartial at IrateGamer. He's like, yeah, this guy is not really a big enough deal for me to worry about. So he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna ignore him. I actually don't know too much about Mike Matei confronting him though. I can kind of see Mike doing that though, because Mike was sort of like. Mike was the words are like escaping me right now. That's for sure.
Moves.
Oh fuck. I knocked my mic.
I love this game. Oh, doggone Steve, you knocked me on my.
But yeah, I was playing Honda in Street Fighter 6. I was kind of surprised like how decent I am at Honda, given I don't really main him that much. I was playing him in another stream and I ranked up a few times.
Well, Well, anyway, kids, if you want a really cool Street Fighter game that's just like the original, make sure you check this one out by New Wave Toys, because we can play 2 players at once with this really cool.
Again, this looks so much worse than Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. I don't know who on earth would be willing to play that. Again, it's like a novelty thing though, but yeah. I don't know. This looks like it's going to destroy my hand, man. There was another Street Fighter 2 video though. Let me see if I can find that. This is apparently Street Fighter 5 arcade video game and figures toy. Oh my fucking god! This is apparently Street Fighter 5 arcade video game and figures toys Ryu versus Ken. My arcade 1-up. So maybe this machine will be better. I don't know. Who do you man? I usually play Ryu.
Alright, it's Street Fighter Day here on the Pimp Steve channel, and today we're gonna be checking out.
I used to play Akuma, but obviously Akuma's not in Street Fighter 6, so I kind of just stuck with Ryu, and I'm not like the best player in the world, but I'm doing okay with Ryu.
Games and action figures. Oh man, the best combination to review. What? Street Fighter video games and action figures?
Oh, I want to do a video about these fan home figures. I actually have all of these. They're sitting on my shelf right now. Yeah, fan home is getting all of these figures was kind of a pain in the ass, and very expensive. I wouldn't say it's necessarily worth it, unless you really care that much. But I don't know. You buy one fan home package, and you could have bought like a whole ass copy of Street Fighter 6, or you could have gotten like 2 copies of Street Fighter 5, like even before Street Fighter 6 came out. Is this part of fan home? Is that what's going on, or did they just fucking bring this up for some reason?
In this video game later on, but first we're gonna check out these action figures. Ooh, yeah, cool. I'm pretty excited because if you go to fanhome.com, they've got this subscription box service.
Oh, are they sponsored by Fan Home? That's fucking hilarious.
Where every
They aren't original. Yeah, that's true. Like he kind of, I get it. I kind of steal Capcom's characters and like dick around with them. So I'm not gonna say like it's sort of like the pot. Sort of like the pot calling the kettle black. But like the fact that he has like Minecraft characters, and like that's sort of like his entire thing, and he has like 1 million subs, and clearly he's making money off of this. It's just like, I don't know. Copyright is sort of like a doozy, because like there are people like this, there are idiots like this and idiots like me running amok, like using other people's characters and like property and stuff for like their own thing. And then I can't play a Rob Zombie video in my stream, right? Like heaven forbid I play a Rob Zombie song and not have YouTube threaten me. Like, come on.
Ooh, first we're gonna check out these action figures. Ooh, yeah, cool.
I don't know. He could have made his own puppets, right? Like, he could have made his own puppets. Well, maybe not. I don't. That's the interesting thing. With IrateGamer, it feels like he's never had an original thought, right? Like all he really knows is to take other things and then like at best congeal ideas together. Like this whole Puppet Steve thing, or just straight up rip things off, like we were watching earlier with the Ghosts and Goblins video, where he just basically ripped off the ending of like the AVGN one. I don't know. Chris Bohr is he's a little rascal.
Ooh, first we're gonna check out these action figures. Ooh, yeah, cool. I'm pretty excited because if you go to fanhome.com, they've got this. They're coming straight to your door. Their franchise.
I have these. This service is. I'm surprised I even got all of the figures, because this service was so shady. But I was so willing to buy into it just because it was shady. I wanted to see how deep it went, and I mean, it is a legitimate business. I'm not going to say it's not. At least it seems like one, as far as like I've interacted with them. But obviously, like they do use a lot of like upselling tactics. Like this first box, if I recall correctly, it was like $15 or something like that. And then the box immediately after is like 50, and then they kind of scale it up, and then eventually you're paying the price of like an entire like AAA game just for a box of action figures. And they do this other bizarre thing with Fan Home, right? Where they put all the figures you actually want at like the very beginning, and then all of the niche characters at the end, which I thought was weird, because if they really wanted to make more money, couldn't they have just spread them out a little more effectively? I'm not sure. But yeah, if you've ever wondered if there's an idiot who has all of these, you're looking at him. Well, you're not looking at him. You're hearing his voice right now.
Wow, just look at these cool packaging. You get Ryu right here. This is #1 up top. I mean, this is the first character you will get in your package. So let's open this up, because these figures look pretty darn cool. And out of the package, ooh, there's Ryu.
I will say, like, these figures are okay. You kind of get what you pay for, though. They also include these like free figures inside this whole fan home thing, and you can tell they're. I really wish I had a webcam so I could show you guys, but they have these like free figures they throw in, and they are they are wild. They do not look like a finished product, but again, you kind of get what you pay for, right? I don't know. I find the whole manufacturing like logistics side of this whole fan home thing really fascinating, because it's, I don't know why the words are escaping me right now. It's just very interesting how they're going about it. Do you like Guilty Gear? I played like a little bit of Guilty Gear. I played like a little bit of it. You know, the fighting games I was really big into are Street Fighter. I was into Street Fighter for like almost my entire life. And then I played a good amount of Tekken some years back. I'm really interested in Tekken 8 actually. Just today actually, I happened to pre-order the premium collector's edition for Tekken 8. So I'm really looking forward to that. I already have MK1 pre-ordered. I'm looking forward to that too. I know Guilty Gear Strive is supposed to get a new update pretty soon, right? Or is that already out? I do have Strive though. I should definitely play more Guilty Gear though. I forgot what I was already talking about. It was probably about these fan home. Yeah, you know, these figures are okay, but they're kind of like, they're kind of shilly.
With this Hadouken! Oh, I love it. Oh, I just love that fireball blast coming out of his hands there. What a great detail looking figure. Oh man, there's even wrinkles in his outfit. He's got his belt hanging down there. Just look at that bandana. Oh, cool. And that face. Oh, I can just see the paint.
Oh, cool, that face.
Hadouken! Oh, so cool.
Okay, do we really want to see a grown man play with toys?
This is number 2 right there. And, oh, what a great looking pose. Let's get this out of here. And this is
Okay, I saw, I don't think I'll be showing it tonight, but I saw a different Puppet Steve video where like the guy is so optimized at unboxing toys that like, I saw this one where he was doing it like fully one-handed. It was like as if like he was you know how like if they wanted to make a character look badass, they're shilly. Oh, I like Figma figures. I've never heard of those. Do they have any like Street Fighter figures from that? I'll have to look into that. That's a good thing to look into. I'll have to write that down. You know how in some games when they want to make a character look badass, they'll give them like a M1 911 and they'll like chamber it with one hand. Puppet Steve is like that optimized to opening kids toys that he opens, like he was opening these fucking what was it, Pee-wee's Playhouse. I think that's what it was. He was opening these like Pee-wee's Playhouse toy packages with one hand in the same way that you would with like that Glock, right? And it's I was like, holy fucking shit, he really opens this many toys. Wow. I guess it makes sense because again, this has 1 million subs and regular ass Chris Neo has like a little under 200K. So interesting how that works. I don't know.
figure of Ken. Oh, look at him in his red outfit.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to see what those Street Fighter Figma figures are like. I might be interested in those. I like collecting a lot of those Street Fighter action figures. I like to joke to myself a lot that every Street Fighter action figure I buy is one I save from a jar. So especially the Chun-Li ones. Anyways.
And one fist pumped into the air too. He's like, yeah, boo, with fireballs coming off of it. It is really neat. I like his face too. He's like, hey, what's up?
That's another thing I want to get into. Is Street Fighter really like a kids thing? Like I remember the games being T for teen, and they're like, I'm not gonna be like an SJW and be like, oh, they're so sexual, but it's like they are like a little hypersexualized, especially Street Fighter 5. So, well, that's another thing, Cheshire, because like, do kids like Street Fighter? Because last I checked, it was most of the Street Fighter fans I ever knew, they were like at least teenagers, right? Like I don't think there would be anyone in the demographic of this video. Same with that Pee-wee's Playhouse video I saw, where it was like, okay, what kids are watching Pee-wee's Playhouse? Like it's, I don't know, man. I'm on the verge of burping like this entire stream. It's sorry if I'm like wheezing a lot. Part of it is because I'm yelling, but like, oh man, it's I don't know. Again, like, is this really a kid's thing? It would be like if he was unboxing Mortal Kombat toys. That's how it feels like to me, right? Well, I guess Mortal Kombat would be a lot worse, but well, I know kids like Mortal Kombat, that's for sure. Maybe that's a bad example.
Oh, that's so cool.
Bro is down bad for Chun-Li. Puppet Steve is a way for Chris to review toys in disguise. He genuinely loves all these toys. Is that true? I guess I wouldn't. I don't know if I want to say like Puppet Steve is necessarily like a bad thing. Like, I know I'm being kind of critical of him and his whole like IrateGamer thing going on. I know I'm being like a little critical, but as far as like a toy review channel, he could be doing a lot worse, I feel like. Because if he really wanted to make even more money than he probably is already, with like 1 million subscribers and AdSense turned on and like kids watching all of his shit, if he wanted to make more money, he could probably do he could probably do something more akin to like that Spider-Man and Elsa shit that was going on for years, where it's like the complete worst shit on YouTube that kids are just subjected to. So in a weird way, I don't really mind him reviewing toys, and at least he's like disguising himself, right? It's not something like, it's not like something like one of those like Mario plush tubers, right? Like Super Mario Logan, where it's just like some creepy ass guy who's playing around with puppets all day, and like there's kind of like the whole awareness that there's like a guy behind it, right? Some old ass dude. At least this, he tries to kind of like disguise it. I don't know if my point's making any sense, but truth be told, I don't mind the toy channel as much. I think it's just bizarre that he's doing it in the first place, but it also makes so much sense because it's like the next big thing to copy, right? Like at first it was copying game reviews, and now it's like, well, I'm just going to copy all the toy channels. That's what's hot right now. And I mean, again, 1 million subs, so good for him. I mean, if it works, it works. I'm not gonna knock the side hustle. Not even side hustle. This is probably his main hustle. Again, like Chris Neo has like 200k subs, less than that.
Just in case you forgot his name. And then there are the two iconic characters from the Street Fighter franchise, Ryu and Ken battling it out. Boom. So yeah, what a great looking figure here.
A little bit of that IrateGamer editing right there. I liked that. Just an explosion just because.
And if you compare it to the Amiibo one, looks like it stands a little bit taller, but of course you have to add in all this extra detail. That looks great. Now the cool thing about each one of these fighters is they come with one of these collectible books.
These magazines were kind of cool, I'll be honest with you, but I don't know, fan home in general, it's like I don't know, only partake in it if you're that's another thing I heard about. He was into ghost hunting. I didn't look too deep into that. I suppose we could, but yeah, the fucking ghost hunting videos, I heard something about those. Maybe we could check those out.
There's the one for Ryu, and there's the one for Ken, and inside...
Let's go ahead and skip through this. Why he's promoting fan... Well, he's clearly sponsored. I don't know why I was about to ask that. Is this the bulk of the video? Wasn't he going to talk about the machine? The bulk of the video is this fan home sponsorship. That's insane. I wonder if they asked for that when they approached him. They're all like, hey, can you disguise our fan home promo as a fucking entirely different video? That's insane. Is he just talking about the microplayer again? My Arcade? Okay, it's a My Arcade microplayer. Or no, this isn't the same machine.
Now we'll check out the video game. Because here we have the brand new microplayer Ritual Arcade.
These buttons look more comfortable than the other ones. That's kind of sad. Especially since it's like a smaller machine in general.
Fighter offers and hook 'em up. They have for our coin. Let's see, push this button here. And whoa, check it out. Oh man, even the marquee lights.
Oh wow, guys. Wow, guys. Even this marquee lights up. Christmas is coming early, babe.
Now that is pretty slick. Oh, I did not expect that, but yeah.
I did not expect that, man. Again, it's kids content, so him saying I did not expect that. I mean, it is kind of fitting. There probably aren't kids doing that. Speaking of Street Fighter, do you know of 𝐂𝐐𝐏? I'm actually making a whole documentary about him. Not about his streaming career necessarily, but all about the FGC shit he did. Because I know there's like an FGC history of 𝐂𝐏, but it's not like, I think it was only like 16 minutes or some shit. Mine is going to be like feature length, and it's going to be talking about not only all the stuff that happened at EVO, but all of the current Street Fighter 6 stuff going on right now, like how he refused to play with like one of his I think it was Jade, one of his disabled fans, or like the whole fucking community nights where like he basically begs everyone to fucking troll him, and then he gets upset about it for some reason. But yeah, I'm aware of Darkside Phil. I actually dunk on him a lot.
Oh, ooh, it's Ryu against Honda. Here we go. Pim Steve versus Zombie Steve.
Okay, I think we get the gist though. Like Chris is doing Street Fighter 2010. What the fuck?
Oh,
He talks about the NES game? He's so like Darkside Phil is the fucking worst, man. I swear to God. I guess if you really wanted to name someone worse than DSP, there's Wings. But like as far as like just harmless like gaming channels go, like, well, I don't even know if Darkside Phil is necessarily harmless, because like you know that guy's stealing SSI money. Come on. Oh, I've heard that name before. I haven't dug too much into that, but I have heard of that name. Oh wait, that's not a YouTuber's name. Sorry, you were making a DSP meme. I don't know why I thought that was your username. Yeah, come on, guys. I was pressing buttons. I can't believe that. That was lag. I can't do anything about that because I was lagging.
Game in the top here. Push this on and play yourself some Street Fighter 2010. This is a really awesome player to give you that Street Fighter experience.
I guess that's a nice contrast between like IrateGamer and DSP, because like, you know, if DSP was doing a fucking toy channel, every fucking 5 seconds he would be like, all right kids, you gotta beg your parents to give me their fucking super chats. I need a super chat in the next 5 minutes or I'm not opening this Ryu toy.
Oh, look at that. Come on, Kim. Let's go do some damage. Blah, 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 blah. Play all these classic Nintendo games on this awesome player. That is what I'm talking about. So come here, you.
Guys, if we can get 100 likes on this toy video, I'm gonna blow bubbles. Except he'd probably reach it because there would only be kids watching, and you know how they are.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Oh, man, just kicked my butt. All right, Street Fighter fans, so much goodness coming at you. If you want these little action figures, well, make sure you go to fanhome.com.
Shark Attack movie. Let's look into this whole ghost hunting thing, because I've never heard of it. Chris Neo ghost hunting. Haunted Investigations, Longwood Manor, Ghost Hunter Show. Fuck this. Emotionally manipulative. That's the biggest reason I hate him, right? Because like, I'm a longtime Street Fighter fan. I've been playing these games since I was 8, and like for a very long time, I was not fond of DSP. I think my dad used to watch them, which, you know, not gonna knock on my dad. It was early ass YouTube, but like, what was I saying? I've been into Street Fighter for a very long time, and I've been not very fond of DSP for a very long time. I've been playing Street Fighter since like I was 8, and like sort of, oh, man, I don't know. I have this like, it's not like I've ever confronted him or like talked to the guy myself, but it's I've kind of always just had this impression that DSP was like this huge dick, and then you kind of scroll to where he is now. And it makes a lot of sense that he's in his room, like begging for donations like every fucking 5 minutes. And the only people who are giving it to him are dent heads, right? Like he used to have genuine fans. And then now it's kind of like a lot of people who are hanging on to that. Like, what the fuck am I going on about? Dad used to watch anything and everything. My dad also used to watch Nostalgia Critic, which is, but, anyways, fuck. Back to DSP being emotionally manipulative. There is so much proof that his fans are not like the brightest people on earth. Some of them are very stupid. Some of them really can't help themselves. They don't have all of their mental faculties, and those are the people I worry about the most in DSP's audience. Because like they fall for it, you know that money that he's getting is just SSI money that could be better put towards, you know, survival, you know, typically what you're supposed to get SSI money for. So the fact that DSP somehow has like, it's never occurred to him that, well, I guess it has occurred to him. He just doesn't give a shit. DSP doesn't care as long as he gets paid. Let's check out this ghost video though, before I go on another fucking random tangent. The paranormal. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Danny Gonzalez had like this really cool ghost hunting video. I think he went, what was it called? The Paris Hotel or something like that. He went to like the hotel that the movie The Shining was written in. And I don't know, I thought that movie was really cool. I also happen to play Phasmophobia on the side, so like seeing a lot of stuff from that game. Obviously Phasmophobia is not like a realistic like depiction of ghost hunting or anything like it. Well, I say that like I'm an expert on ghost hunting, but I don't know. I'm curious. Am I going to see EMF readers or like thermometers or anything like that in use in this video? I'm actually curious. But yeah, Danny Gonzalez did a pretty cool video on that. If you guys want to check that out, it goes into like the actual like realistic act of hunting for ghosts, and obviously he didn't find any. You know, some people believe ghosts are real. I'm not sure if I'm one of those people, but you know. Let's get back to this video before I fucking derail the stream again. Sorry. Demons. Christopher Boers. Alan Ciso. I guess I have to ask, like, are any of these other people involved in IrateGamer in any way? Because it seems like he films those videos all by himself, so probably not, but I guess that would be interesting to look into. Oh, sorry. That would be interesting to look into. I can't remember the last time I saw a ghost hunting show. I wonder if they all have like shit black and white footage, or if that's just Chris Neo doing his thing.
In the early 1900s, it was the home of Colonel Long, who became the first mayor of Macedonia. He watched as the city grew and prospered from just a small village. Upon his death, the manor he lived in was donated to the Historical Society. Right away, they started work on remodeling the house and began restoring it to its former glory. Shortly after, unexplainable events began occurring in the house. In the basement,
Red Letter Media, that's a great fucking channel. I didn't know Zach did any ghost hunting shit though. I haven't seen much of it. It's not like I'm like the biggest Red Letter Media like enthusiast, but I've heard of that channel, and like I've seen a little bit of their work, and it is like a quality channel. It's one of those channels where like I'll watch it every now and then. But let's see, I haven't seen too much ghost hunting. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I should look more into ghost hunting because I fucking love Phasmophobia. That game is amazing.
Capture EVPs of a young boy on audio tape. In one of the 4 bathrooms, a ghost hunter spotted an apparition of an old lady sitting in a bathtub. She quickly ran.
Yeah, it's like that one scene from The Shining, guys.
Out of the house and never returned. And late one night, a group entered into one of the bedrooms while carrying a flashlight. Seconds later, the batteries inside the flashlight exploded without warning.
Damn, dude.
With all these reports in mind, the haunted investigators will take the case of the Longwood Manor.
That was another interesting thing about the Danny Gonzalez video. They talked a lot about like how the producers for a lot of these ghost hunting shows would just randomly make shit up. Like I think the example they gave was this one ghost hunting show that was like, yeah, the hotel stores beds that people die on because like it keeps the ghosts at bay or some shit. And then they talk to the hotel staff and they're like, yeah, that's something they definitely made up for that fucking show, because we don't keep beds that people die on, because obviously why would you? They fucking died on those beds.
Now is this the room where the
Batteries exploded in?
Does Chris normally walk like that? That's so fucking funny. I sometimes do that T-Rex arm thing too, where I'll like walk around with my fucking hands doing the whole like I don't know how to describe it, but it's just, I don't know. I love that girl boss walk.
As we went around and were being led around and given the first tour of the house, they did not want to give us information. They did not want to let us know, well, this is a haunted spot or this is a haunted spot. I mean, for the most part, we might as well have just been there for a basic tour of Longwood Manor.
I don't know who told you not to tell us, but kind of we enjoy being. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess back to the AVGN real quick. I heard that IrateGamer was like kind of simping for the AVGN. I don't quite remember all the details, but I think he sent like James Rolfe mail or some shit. That's about all I heard. That's another thing I really got to dig into. There might be like a sequel to this stream if I find anything like compelling about IrateGamer, but I don't know. I should probably wrap this up soon. We're probably gonna watch a few more ghost hunting, a few more of these ghost hunting videos if they're fascinating at all. Yeah, let's just continue. But yeah, at some point, I believe IrateGamer was supposed to be simping for the AVGN or some shit. At least that's what I heard. Walks like Mr. Brit, yeah, he does.
Because it gives us a chance to like maybe call them out.
Maybe someone else might be as weak-minded that'll do it to it, but we're not weak-minded.
We're not weak-minded, guys. We steal other people's minds. We're stealing the mind of James Rolfe.
Since we're getting a lack of information on this house, we have no choice but
If I can imitate James Rolfe's genius, then I won't have a weak mind.
to go into this investigation blind. Since our team doesn't have much to go on, we decided to use our video surveillance system in order to cover more ground. Well, we don't have much to go on.
I do have to wonder what popular ghost hunting YouTuber was Chris copying for this series, because we know he has to be copying something, right? I don't know, man.
But we know we have two paranormal hotspots. So we're going to place a camera in the basement, a camera in the conservatory room, and one in the third level hallway, and one in the third level bedrooms.
That reminds me, I wonder if Game Dude did any like reviews of like Capcom games, because it would be so funny to do another stream like this but for Game Dude.
Hopefully that should be strategic enough to catch some paranormal activity. Okay, yeah, I got the first camera on.
Okay, it's coming in fine. I can see you guys.
Is that a good angle?
Hold up. Okay, still. Oh, hold on. Now down just a little bit. There we go.
Okay.
Remember, Chris, if it changes its model, it's an Obake. Was Sam and Colby around during this time? When was this video released? 14 years ago. Ghost Orb! Ghost Orb.
Probably just us.
That fucking argument everybody has where they're like, guys, it could be a mimic. It could be a mimic, guys. It could be a mimic. Don't mark Ghost Orb yet. It could be a mimic. And then like it's never a mimic.
That was cool.
It's pretty cool. This big like blob of dust went past the screen. It looked like a big orb.
A lot of times investigators will say that they've caught these great orbs on their cameras. But the
Yeah,
problem with the orbs is they're very easy to debunk because all you have to do is...
That's the thing about these ghost hunting shows. It's like because there have been so many people who have tried to find ghosts, right? You would think at some point like enough would be enough and they'd be like, hey, nobody's legitimately found a ghost. Maybe we should like stop trying or at least do something a little different, right? Like maybe try a different strategy. But it's like they're hunting for Bigfoot, right? They just go into some random fucking forest and just hope they stumble upon something.
Watch their pattern. If they make a normal pattern where they float across your screen, it's because dust is floating across your screen. If it goes like this, then we got...
Looks like a little snow.
Now that all the security cameras are in place, the investigation can begin.
Is Chris still doing the ghost hunting stuff? It would be so funny if he was. I wouldn't wish death upon DSP. I don't wish death upon anybody really, but like, wouldn't it be so funny if like some ghost hunters like in the distant future just went to DSP's house and they fucking hooked all this shit up, and then they eventually saw him and he's like, guys, I need you to pay me $5 to help me get into heaven. Guys, I need your super chats. They won't let me through the pearly gates. There were some Pringles in his shoes.
First place we headed was the basement in order to try and make contact.
Guys, if my spirit can get 100 likes, I'll give you a ghost orb.
With the spirit of a little boy.
Is there a little boy down here?
Are you the little boy that everybody has seen or heard down here?
No, it's his nephew from the, what was it, the Ghosts and Goblins review. Yeah, it's gonna be his little nephew.
We're here to play with you.
Can you tap on something to let us know if you're here? Can you make that ball move for us?
I'll play.
Guys, I need my spirit chats. I have to pay my spirit bills. You don't understand. The ghost equivalent of Charter. I have two separate internet lines with them, guys, and I need to pay for them. I have like the best internet in the world. Don't mind that it goes out midstream like several fucking times, but I need my soul donations, guys. The first sacrifice. The first sacrifice goal. Guys, we have successfully sacrificed Wings of Redemption. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need a few more souls though, otherwise I can't get into heaven. And you guys want to see me get into heaven, right? There's the hot new games up there. We need to play those.
Take the ball with you.
After only spending 5 minutes in the
Imagine if the only way you could play MVC4 was you had to fucking go to heaven.
basement, we ended up recording this EVP.
Do you want to play with that ball? Do you want to play with that ball?
Could this be the little boy responding to Jennifer's question?
Do you want to play with that ball?
Come on, man. Oh, well, okay. No Man's Sky is based now. That's fair enough.
Is there anybody who's in this room that would like to speak with us?
Is there a reason why you haven't moved on?
Can you show us who you are?
Is there a reason you haven't moved on? Yeah, I haven't finished paying off my debt for WWE Champions yet.
You alright?
I'm just getting where I'm so tired now.
Are you?
I got up at 8:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for myself, I had contacted a flu, and during the evening the investigation carried on. I became thoroughly sick to where I could barely even stand up, and I had to leave the investigation about halfway through the night.
Even though Alan blames this incident on the flu, one can't help but wonder if his sudden deterioration of health had been caused by something else.
I find a lot of this like ghost hunting content fascinating because they somehow managed to make a whole entire like watchable thing out of several people just walking around. Like if you really think about it, it's just a couple people walking around on camera. Yeah, Darkside Phil is the dude who got into heavy debt over fucking WWE champions. He he became bankrupt from a fucking mobile game. That's that's all that that's the most of what needs to be said about him as far as like modern day DSP goes. We got the ball there, guys.
Is there anybody in this area that wished to speak to us? If there's anybody down here, I would like you to touch me on the arm. Can you make a noise? Are you hearing something?
This is how I feel every time I play Phasmophobia. Like I'm playing with other people and I'm trying to listen for like ghost sounds so I can pinpoint where the fucking ghost is. And there's always like several people fucking talking over like there's always several people fucking talking and I can't hear shit. And I'm like, guys, be quiet.
Hello, little boy, are you over here?
Do you know your ABCs?
Do you want to sing with us?
What should we sing?
ABCs.
We started to sing some songs in the basement.
Yeah, like the footage is probably just them walking around, like talking about whatever bullshit, but it's all muted. It's just there's I don't know, man. It's just them walking around. That man, it's amazing what you can like turn into content these days, honestly. I mean, look at this. I'm just watching some 40-year-olds videos.
Basement, and that's when things started to pick up. Sing with me. If you want to play, touch Jennifer on the arm. If you touch her, she'll play with you.
I do feel a weird sensation in my right arm.
Do you?
Yes.
Are you touching Jennifer's right arm? Can you do it again? You feel it again?
I don't know if that's psychological or not, but that's...
Are you touching Jennifer? Oh man, all the hairs on my neck are standing up.
Hi.
Oh dude, I'm getting goosebumps like
Chris is jealous, man. He doesn't get to touch this woman.
majorly. Where's the EMF reader? I just felt a coldness just like engulfed the whole area where I was standing. And my whole body got cold, it got tingly. I just felt an overwhelming feeling just flood the upper half of my body.
You got cold, right? As if you were in a basement, right? Which, you know, it's underground. It's
Oh, that's nothing. Come over here and do it. I'm kind of getting a cold spot too. I'm definitely feeling something. All the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up.
Really? That feeling went away.
As soon as we took out the EMF
Chris has like a more genuine reaction to what's probably a fake ghost than he does to like getting angry at a video game. I don't know, man.
readers and started to get all the scientific data on what was
Well, I guess if you could call this genuine, maybe it's not entirely genuine, but
occurring, everything just immediately stopped. I don't know if we scared it or got too technical for its tastes, but it was there 1 second and then gone the next. I was feeling a cold spot down here though. That was kind of weird. I think you liked us singing ABCs.
Yeah.
That's when everything started.
No, it does like to sing.
I felt the hairs on my arm stand up. It was a really awesome feeling. I do feel a weird sensation in my right arm.
Is anybody in this area that wish to speak to us? We want you to make a noise, any noise.
If you don't want to talk to these nasty boys, you can talk to me.
Okay, don't call them nasty boys. You know how us gamers are. We may sweat around the nuts, but that don't make us nasty.
It's being a little cold right here. If there's anybody in the area, can you please touch my arm? Ow. Did you get hit?
Like a pin or something. It's tender right there now. There, look. You can see a little blood thing. You see that right there?
Yeah.
It's like a pin was pricked in my arm.
Our cameraman had felt something sharp hit his arm. Was this caused by the boy, or a more hostile spirit that we don't know about? Who did that to John?
That kind of hurt.
He's hurt by that, but he wants you to do it again.
Yes.
Can you prick me on the arm?
Damn, dude, this ghost wants nothing to do with these guys.
Why don't we
Whoa, guys, I can see something. I can see something right here. Holy crap.
move to a different area? What was his name, Colonel?
Colonel, I have it in my pocket.
Colonel, what? Colonel Sanders? Did I just get trolled? Was this all fake?
Nuh-uh.
Colonel Long. Colonel William Drew Long.
Okay, I'm like fucking Colonel Sanders? Yeah,
Long.
baby.
Do you have anything to tell us?
God, I can't remember the last time I watched Austin Powers.
Is anybody in this area? Do you like people coming to your home? If a woodchuck could chuck wood, would you, Alright, I think we're about done. Let's just shut it down.
Ghost doesn't want anything to do with them because the ghost likes people who are alone. Yeah, some people don't fucking get that memo. There's some people who run out of the truck in Phasmophobia and don't check that shit. Looking at a particular person in the chat right now. Anyways, ghost shows are dependent on editing. Yeah, you kind of have to like... You just have to make shit up, right? Because like, how else are you going to monetize people literally walking around? It's kind of like the con men of the entertainment industry. It's interesting when you think about it that way, because like you have to come up with like new strategies to fool people, and it's not necessarily like a magician where like it's kind of... What fucking point was I making? Actually, no, they kind of are like a magician. Never mind. The whole point is to fool you. Can you tell this 7 secret herbs and spices? I swear, man, I thought I was getting trolled big time. Like, when they read Colonel Sanders, I'm like, did they fucking get me? Like, what? Did I got? Was this all a fucking prank? But no, apparently not. Or, I don't know. Apparently not. That 7 secret herb shit reminded me of that fucking what's it called? That stupid like romance short movie they made with fucking about like the origin story of Colonel Sanders. How we fell in love with that one bitch, and then like the mom was like all weird about it. I don't know. That was fucking funny. It was funny in a bad way, but still it was funny. What do you mean, yeah, Rainian? It's usually me who knows the ghost name, okay? I don't even gotta look in the truck. I could just open the journal. God. Haunted Investigators HQ. It's just some dude's house.
Now that the investigation is completed, the team will review all the video footage for any anomalies and all the audio footage for any EVPs. Upon reviewing our video evidence, we found nothing out of the ordinary, just a small dust orb floating past our security camera located on the second floor. Our audio evidence, however, turned out to be more surprising. In the basement, we managed to capture an EVP of a little boy responding the word no.
Do you want to play with that ball? Do you want to play with that ball?
A few hours later in the same exact area, investigator Jennifer felt like she was being touched on the arm after singing a few children's songs.
I do feel a weird sensation in my right arm.
Guys, I see something right here. I see it right here. Look here.
Do you? A few seconds later, Chris asked to be touched next, and quickly felt a coldness engulf his entire body.
Oh man,
Chris asked me to touch that. He says this in like the third person. I don't know why he did that.
the hairs on my neck are standing up.
Maybe the irate gamer is the narrator and Chris Bohr is simply a character within our ghost hunting escapade. You know the name, but I check it like I check if it likes people. Ah, I see how it is.
Activity in the basement seemed harmless enough until a while.
Well, no, not even that, because there's been so many times where I've been like, "Hey, get out of the room! Get out of! I'm using Spirit Box. Get out of the room." Chris looked like a teacher grading papers on a Saturday.
The cameraman felt like he was being pricked on the arm.
Chris is adulting right now.
This incident clearly seems more hostile and contradicts all the reports of a gentle spirit of a little boy roaming around in the basement. So what exactly is going on in this house? And why is everyone so tight-lipped about revealing where things have happened? This is by far the most bad.
Probably because it devalues the house, you know. It kind of, if you find out someone like gets murdered in a house, you're kind of hesitant to buy it, right? Because it's like, even if you don't believe in ghosts, it's kind of like eerie to think about. It's like, oh, do I really want to live where someone fucking died?
Baffling and frustrating case this team has ever encountered. And in order to get some answers, I will be heading back to the manor, but this time, I'll be returning with someone who is sensitive to spiritual energies. Having Billy around tonight should be beneficial in trying to unravel this mystery.
That sounded like the beginning of like a really shitty, like low budget, like 90s rap song. That was great.
Is there anybody in this area that'd like to speak to us?
He's pointing to his eczema.
What is your name?
I used to get like really bad hand eczema. I used to wash my hands like way too fucking much, and it would cause my hands to do all sorts of crazy shit. That point in my life was fucking weird. I don't know why Chris Bohr would have fucking hand eczema though. Maybe he plays too many video games. IrateGamer games too much.
I hear you like to count. Can you count for us?
Oh, but you didn't need to retract that, by the way. I wasn't offended by that.
Calling out the spirit of the boy on the second night proved to be unsuccessful. Yeah, I'm not feeling the same thing as I was before. But before leaving, I decided to set up a camera in the corner of the basement to record for the rest of the evening. Do you sense anything in this room?
Okay, maybe I missed out on the context. Like maybe I was dozing off a little bit, or ouch. Oh, yeah, so sorry about that. Maybe maybe I missed the context or something. Is this woman like a priest or like a fucking what are they called? I don't know. Is this supposed to be someone like ordained from the church or some shit? Who's supposed to like bring these spirits out? Wait, was that you who retracted that message, or was that the auto mod? Now that I think about it, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But yeah, sorry, Sue, if I gave off the impression I was offended. That just reminded me of like some years ago where I had like hand eczema. I wasn't like offended or anything though.
So sorrowful. I couldn't bear to be in there. It was heartbreaking to me.
No one was sure why Billy felt an odd sensation in this room, but I was determined to get to the bottom of it.
Who's in this room right now? What happened in this room?
Come on, man. This game does look like a little interesting. I got to be honest though. Like this does look like the kind of game like I would play a little bit. Reminds me a little bit of like Doom 2016, except of course it's like magic and stuff. A mediator. Okay, that must have been the word I was looking for.
What is your name? Why are you in this room?
When I went back,
Why is the ghost in this room? Why is the ghost in this room? It's just a chair. Damn, this is not a comfortable room.
I heard a response to one of the questions.
Did something happen to you?
Now here's what we think we hear.
What do you feel in this room?
When I first came in, it felt like an elderly woman.
It felt like an elderly woman.
Did anyone die in here?
Something I hope I never feel.
Billy told us that she felt that an old woman had died in this bathroom. This is amazing since we have been trying to locate which bathroom the apparition of the old woman could have occurred in.
Medium. Okay. Yeah, that sounds a lot more familiar.
Did somebody die in this room?
Yeah, I guess this I don't remember what her name was. I guess this woman's supposed to be like a medium or something. I totally skipped at it, and I'm not gonna go back because this video is taking long enough already. It's 26 minutes of people walking around.
Was your death an easy process?
Well, that shot was not a flattering one.
Was your death an easy process?
Was your death an easy process?
Do you feel you died before your time?
I guess a better question. I feel like if I was gonna ask a ghost, I don't know why I would ask a ghost anything, but I feel like if I was gonna ask a ghost, I would be all like, "Hey, was your death quick and easy, or was it fucking long and painful?" Because that would suck if it was the latter. I don't know. I'm injecting myself into this situation for no reason, for some fucking reason, when I shouldn't be. I don't think there will ever be well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe there'll be a day where I hunt down a ghost or some shit. Yeah, I guess you never know.
Despite our best efforts to make more contact, things pretty much remain quiet.
Despite our best efforts to make more content, well, I mean, I guess they did get away with it. We're watching them walk around. Of course, the kid dies before his time. Yeah, that's a fair point. I feel like not a lot of human beings on this earth are supposed to die when they're young. You know, ideally, a human being is supposed to die of natural causes. So, and usually that happens when you get old. So, yeah, I feel like a kid dying is well before the time they're supposed to expire. That's a little sad.
For the rest of the evening. All right, I think we're just gonna wrap it up here.
Oh, finally, God, they're wrapping it up.
The evidence collected on the second night proved to be beneficial in trying to solve this very frustrating case. In the bathroom located on the second floor, Billy had felt that someone died in this area. If this is true, then it backs up the claims of someone seeing an apparition of an old lady in the bathtub. Billy also would not enter into the third level bedroom, saying that it felt very negative.
I did, so sad.
This is fascinating considering the EVP caught in the same area of a woman calling out for help. So what happened in this room to make Billy feel this way?
Jack in the Box
With the
tacos.
evidence collected, one could speculate that either a rape or a murder took place here. But something we didn't count on would shake the entire team to its very core. And what we ended up capturing in the basement.
Wait, yeah, they were here for an old woman, right? Why were they going after a little kid ghost in the basement? Did multiple people die here? Maybe I'm just too stupid and not able to follow along. Is there like a side plot to this? This is some advanced ghost hunting writing.
With more questions than answers. During the night, Chris had set up 4 remote cameras around the house to record video and audio.
I'm in this weird transient state where I'm so bored where this is hard to pay attention to, but at the same time I'm so like pinpoint on finding things to criticize. It's fucking funny. Safe to say we declined an offer on the house. Yeah.
Just before leaving, Chris went down into the basement to do one last EVP sweep. Is there anybody down here that'd like to speak to me? After asking his question and removing the camera from the corner, the microphone then picked up this sound.
He stepped in something. Did he look down when it happened too?
Picked up this sound.
Oh yeah. He definitely stepped in something.
Upon listening to this audio clip, all 3 investigators agree that this sounds very gremlin-like.
It sounded like you stepped in something, homie, and I mean, the fact that you looked down kind of backs it up.
So could this in fact be an EVP of a gremlin or a demon? Now there are pipes running across the ceiling, and a septic tank up against the wall, which could have made this weird sound. But the camera was in the basement recording audio for over 4 hours, and during that entire period, this is the only time this sound occurred. We decided to take this audio clip to a Plumber's Help website to see if they could identify this sound. Not one person could identify it for us, but someone did suggest that it possibly could be caused by air being caught in a water pump. Now this sounds like a very acceptable answer, but some new evidence we've uncovered deepens this mystery. We first cleaned up the audio clip, which sounds like this.
Oh, so you just distorted it a bit? Epic.
We then wondered what would happen if we slowed it down and decreased the speed of this noise. After a few minor adjustments, this is the
Is it gonna say Fan Home? Subscribe to Fan Home.
result. Could this voice be saying, "I'm John"?
What? They're looking for an older dude now? Come on. What happened to this old lady? What fucking plot are you writing here? You're gonna tell me an old woman, an old dude, and a little kid died here? Unless that's a little kid, I guess. But like,
This sounded
God, man, this.
is no doubt creepy, and later that evening, we got in touch with a close relative of Colonel Long. He gave us some back history on the house and told us a few things that only confirmed our speculations. It turns out that the manor and the surrounding area behind it was used for occult practices and rituals. The specifics are very grim, but their actions on this property could have released something very negative into this house.
That does kind of remind me of this funny 4chan story I hold. I don't know if you guys heard of the 4chan story called like the Ghost Puncher, but like obviously I don't think it's real, but like this dude like tore like a hole in his wall and he found like some strange like ancient skulls in there, and like he yanked them out, and then apparently like ghosts were haunting him, but he didn't believe they were ghosts, and then like his lights like bursted out and he's like, uh-oh, I'm a tiny bit scared, guys. So instead of running out of the house, he started swinging his fucking arms and apparently like managed to punch some ghosts. And I don't know, it's the funniest fucking story ever, because like it's just so absurd. And like the dude writing it is like, this totally happened, guys. This definitely happened, because of course that's the nature of 4chan. I don't know why that reminded me of that, but it did for some reason.
The gremlin-like sound could be what we would have called something from the 𝐂𝐏𝐿𝐍𝐆𝐄 realm or the hell realm. This would be something that is malevolent, something that is wants to feed off negativity, and could have been brought into this house through ritual, through a vulgar act, through negativity, through an improper death. There's many ways that people can bring these beings into existence, into their environment.
So are they speculating it's like a gremlin or something? I thought they deduced that it's saying I'm John. I heard something yum. What?
The whole history of this property would help explain why most of our EVPs were caught in the basement, and why our cameraman was pricked on the arm. This could also explain the odd sensations Billy felt.
Guys, some highly suspicious people here did some vaguely evil things, and now there's a gremlin in our basement.
Upon entering certain rooms of this house. The Longwood Manor definitely has a high level of paranormal activity going on here, and our 2-night investigation has led us to believe that there is more than one spirit that haunts the manor. Future ghost hunters might be able to uncover this mystery further, but until then, just be cautious if you plan on entering the manor's basement at night.
Yeah, that's the thing, because earlier they were like, oh, we were talking to some plumbers and they say some air might have been stuck in the pump. They didn't remove the possibility of it being air inside of a pump, though. They just went on a different tangent and just hoped we wouldn't notice that. Like, it still could have just been air sitting inside of a pump, which I think is a very reasonable sound to assume that would be, because this is an old ass house. Some mechanical problem like that is actually very likely. There's like all sorts of old house noises too, like the whole that could have been like, maybe it's like a pipe bursting. Well, maybe not bursting, but maybe it's like a pipe like slowly like oh fuck, what's the word for it? It could have been like a pipe just slowly releasing some pressure, or like, I don't know. There's like a lot of ways to explain these things, which is why I find it so interesting that they instantly gravitate towards Ghost, and especially interesting that they apparently contacted some plumbers about it, and then instead of like accepting the answer as the perfectly reasonable answer it was, you know, just being like, well, it's saying I'm John. It's a gremlin that was brought here because some suspicious evil Satanists were here and did some horrible things. And apparently that's it. We don't know anything about the old woman. We don't know anything about the child. We don't know anything about Mr. I'm John. It just ends like that. I guess that is me like pulling that whole joke that Drew Gooden made in that one video where he's like, there's a show about unsolved mysteries. Guys, why are you making something about unsolved mysteries? Solve the mystery first and then get back to me. You know, like, I guess that's just me being stupid and pulling that kind of, not that Drew Gooden is stupid, but like, I guess that's just me expecting too much out of this. I'm not a Drew Gooden hater. Yeah, I mean, that was actually pretty interesting. I didn't know anything about like this. Well, I heard about it, but I didn't really, like, In Pursuit of the Paranormal trailer. Did he reboot this or some shit? Yeah, this is like 6 years ago. Okay, let's see if there's any. Let's see what the newer ghost hunting stuff is like. Because that last one was 14 years ago, I think it was, right? Yeah. I'm really fascinated by this ghost hunting shit. Like, which is funny because like IrateGamer like wants to put me to sleep, right? Because it's basically like rewatching an AVGN episode, but with none of the good stuff from an AVGN episode. Like, it's not funny. And then watching the toy stuff, it's like that feels a little uncomfortable. Granted, it's not harmful or anything, and it's not like it's a bad thing. It's not a channel I would ever want like taken down or anything. I would say the same about IrateGamer too. It's not a channel that needs to die or anything. But like the toy channel is like sort of the opposite, where like I feel a little like too stimulated watching it, and I'm like, I guess stimulated is the wrong word. I feel like a little too invested in watching it, and I'm like, okay, this is a little cringy for me to do. And then there's this, which is like a happy medium where it's just like I just kind of look at it, I pause, and it's just fucking I don't know. This is like the most interesting like IrateGamer thing I've seen so far, which I want to thank you, Sue, for recommending it, for reminding me of it, because, well, and recommending it. But I mean, damn, this stuff is actually pretty interesting.
And I'm one of the leading ghost communicators in the field of ghost hunting. By using
the leading ghost communicators? He can call himself that?
Ancient texts like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Kabbalah, and using things like psychology, interacting with spirits has never been
using things like psychology. Yet in that last one, we see where he refused to use his fucking brain, apparently.
more intriguing, and the pursuit for knowledge is on. Tonight our travels bring us to the Toledo Airport in Toledo, Ohio. During the day, the airport performs regular daily operations. During the night, however, it's not uncommon for the staff to experience the paranormal behind locked doors.
An airport actually would be a cool Phasmophobia map. Like, imagine that. That would actually be pretty sick. I've heard of other people, like I heard of one person suggest like a mall. That's also like a cool idea I would like to see in that game. I don't know. Phasmophobia is just such a cool game, man.
This ranges from hearing odd noises.
I get it's not for everybody, but man, I love that game so fucking much. It's one of the few Capcom games I'm like obsessed with. Of course, I'm like more obsessed with Capcom, but yeah.
In the control room and witnessing full-blown apparitions of a female in the lounge area. Tonight, my teammate Scott and
I think I said Phasmophobia was a Capcom game. It's not a Capcom game. I should elaborate or correct myself on that. It's not a Capcom game.
I have been called in to investigate in hopes of making contact with the spirits here. I'm really excited about investigating the airport tonight. They're seeing apparitions of a young woman, and I'm hoping to make contact with her tonight. If there's any spirit in the area here that'd like to interact with me, this here is a K2 meter. If you touch it, it will go off. So I encourage you to manipulate the lights on this device. If you do, we'll know that you're here and we can have a conversation.
Oh yeah, I love when the EMF reader goes off in Phasmophobia and people immediately start screaming, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, I'm trying to hear what level it is.
With you. Oh, can you do that again?
Just gonna wave my magnet around a little bit. Completely off camera.
There you go. Hello. The obelisk said,
Eat your veggies. Eat your veggies, boy.
eat. An ovulus is what I like to call a voice box for the dead. This thing seems to pick up on the energy in an area and associate a word with it. Are you hungry? Do you want some food? Do you want some peanut butter? Spike that meter. Come on. I see you playing with it. Alright, you have peanut butter here. You need some energy. Oh, hey. Alright, you have peanut butter here.
Why did they have peanut butter exactly? What? Okay, if they brought like a sandwich or something to this investigation, I guess I could understand that. Why did they bring a whole tub of peanut butter?
You can feed off that, or you can feed off this. Just
That's basically begging for me to be suspicious of your video. Like, I understand this is obviously fake, but like, at least try to sell me, man.
come on, do whatever you need to do. Give me a spike on command. If you don't give us one on command, we don't know that we're actually talking to you. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let me ask you a question. Did you used to work here? Were you a passenger of a plane? Did you die somewhere around here? Wow, that was pretty cool. That thing jumped up to 4 lights.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Now, prior to this investigation, we were able to find a list of people that died in a plane crash that happened here. In the night to this
I didn't notice this until now, but like his eyes are kind of like, they're kind of like staring into your soul in like half of these shots. I didn't point this out when I was talking about the IrateGamer videos, but like his eyes just like don't really move that much.
We were able to find a list of people that died in a plane.
Yeah, they just straight up like don't. I get he's looking into the camera, but like, damn, his eyes just don't animate very well. Jesus. I guess mine wouldn't animate either. I guess if he went into like one of my videos, my eyes probably do the same thing. But I don't know. There's something uncanny about it, right? There's something uncanny about it.
In the 1960s. So we're going to read from this list and see if the spirit is any one of these people. Hey Scott, where's that list? Start rattling off some of those names. Okay, well my name's Chris. That's Scott. If we say your name, just spike the meter.
Like I was saying, like credit where credit is due. This is like entertaining me to watch these. Unlike the IrateGamer and unlike Puppet. Well, I'm not in the demographic for Puppet Steve, so I would hope that doesn't entertain me. But unlike IrateGamer, I am like actually kind of invested in this. I'm much more invested in this like more modern iteration of it than that last one, where that last one I was kind of like half asleep. This one I'm kind of like a little more invested into. I'd probably watch a different ghost hunting YouTuber if I really wanted to see ghost hunting, but as far as this goes, it's a little more watchable.
If you hear your name, touch that green light and let us know that it's you.
Yeah, exactly. He looks, oh my god, he does look like a simian creature.
James Ledbetter, Wayne Sorensen, Rodney Bond, William Stewart. So none of those.
Are you male? Spike that meter if you're a male. Are you female? Do you not know what you are? Are you?
I am a level 300 white wolf hybrid, and imagine getting one of those cringy motherfuckers as like a ghost where it's I'm a level 500 black dragon.
Confused? You're confused? I spiked a little bit a couple questions ago. One of the psychological mind states I've been able to identify with spirits is the confused spirit. And these type of spirits just lose
What is with the Oriental theme? I'm sorry, what?
all sense of identity when they're in the afterlife. So do you like hanging around here? Do you enjoy this place?
They got Chumley money at least. Yeah. I'm kind of confused by like the whole Asian aesthetic that whole like shot had. That they kind of just like injected that. Is that because they thought like Asia is like ancient? I guess it works in that way. But it's like, I don't know, it kind of came off as bizarre. Like you'd think it would be like
with spirits is the confused spirit. And
like they have like the fucking lantern right there. They have the fucking I I don't know if that's specifically kanji. It's probably kanji actually, but like, yeah, they got like this plant here. They have this whole like, that's bizarre. They just randomly put this in here as like a theme. I don't think this had anything to do with. Hold on, what did the ghost say earlier?
Do you not know what you are? Are you confused?
Are you confused? That leads to Asia, apparently. I'll give him this. It was a creative shot, and it definitely grabbed my attention. It definitely was a pattern interrupt, but like, what the fuck, man?
Lose all sense of identity when they're in the afterlife. So do you like hanging around here? Do you enjoy this place? Were you involved in an accident here? Were you a passenger on an airplane? Whoa! Was it a jet airliner?
This is on the same channel as all his gaming videos, right? Yeah, Chris Neo. Interesting. Imagine like some of your most interesting content being the thing you have like the less priority on. Well, first of all, imagine this entire channel being a fucking side hustle to this one. And then second of all, imagine not only your gaming videos, imagine this being less than your gaming videos, right? Like imagine doing this less than your gaming videos, even though it's arguably like the most interesting thing he's done so far.
You work for the military.
It's kind of sad when you think about it. It's like, I don't know. Again, I don't watch any ghosts like hunting YouTubers, so I don't know what channel he's copying right now. I assume whatever he's copying did it better, because that's exactly what AVGN is. Just IrateGamer, but way better, because he was the original and he actually has skill. But, you know.
Yeah? So you worked for the military. Alright, spike that one more time. Thank you. So you're from the military. Were you a pilot? No, you were a passenger. Do you have any affiliation with this place? Yeah?
One plane crash that happened.
That's true. Like, I don't know if it. Obviously, I've never been in a control room in an airport, so I don't know if the radars look like this, but like the whole green filter is not helping. This looks kind of like a scene and like a fucking like budget knockoff of like The Meg or one of those stupid like underwater movies.
Up here, there was a heavy DCA, and there was one deadhead. He was a passenger. He was just flying. I don't know what the guy's name was.
Are you him?
Whoa! Oh, I got goosebumps on that one.
I felt that.
Well, you better ask him what his name is. That's highly disrespectful of you to not know the name of the ghost you're communicating with.
Upon figuring out the exact plane crash that the spirit came from, we felt a jolt of electricity just surge through the air at the same exact time that the meter spiked.
Oh, I got goosebumps on that one.
I felt that. That was wild.
It was like the pressure in the room just and it was like, holy are you kidding me?
That just flipped me out.
Yeah. Well, it's been what, 21 years? So you've been hanging around. Whoa. Yeah, it's been about 21 years there. So I just wanted to inform you of that.
So you were involved in that crash, correct?
Correct? Can you light that up?
Well, I mean, the word involved implies that like they caused the crash, which is, I can see the ghost not responding to that.
I don't know. Is that a touchy subject?
Unless I misunderstand what the word involved means. I suppose maybe I am. But like, I don't know, if I was to tell someone, oh, were you involved in like were you involved in the shooting or whatever, it almost like implies that like they actually had something to do with it beyond like just happening to be there. I don't know, maybe I'm just interpreting that in a weird way.
Was it sad?
Oh, it's sad.
you still working through that? The tragedy of that? Are you still working through it?
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. This is one of the sad downsides we keep facing in our job, because we keep encountering these spirits that need our help, and they have no idea how to move on from where they are. Do you want me to pray for you? Do you need prayers? Yes? Okay. Yeah, I thought you would. What's interesting is that the spirit needs our prayers. Here again is another spirit that is asking for prayers as if it will help them in some way. Well, I will pray for you. I know sometimes it takes a while to work through this stuff, especially where you're at, where you're able to manipulate all kinds of stuff and get caught up in your own mind and manifestation.
Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sue. Yeah, thank you so much. Especially reminding and recommending the ghost hunting stuff. That was actually, this is like an entire escapade that's been like really fun to comment on so far. So thank you so much for, thank you so much for bringing that up. You go ahead and have yourself a good one. I understand it's pretty late. It's like 12:30 right now, 12:30 a.m. But yeah, I guess let's take a brief moment. I want to thank everybody for coming to the stream. I understand, like, I'm basically watching someone else's stuff and like intermittently saying something, so it's not like the most engaging thing. Like, I could be playing a game right now, but I appreciate all you guys sticking with it. I appreciate everyone in the chat contributing to it. It's been a fun stream so far, I do gotta say.
Am I correct?
But yeah, I hope you have a good one, Sue. Thanks for checking this out.
Yeah. One of the last things I want to figure out here tonight is who we're talking to. All right, please don't spike the meter without us asking a question first, because we want to make sure this is you. Are you male? Are you female? Were you female? Huh.
Were you female? Wow, that's a plot twist. We got a transgender ghost. I mean, that's cool. This came out 6 years ago. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. This kind of predates, like, maybe my whole timeline of like the internet was wrong. If this is 6 years ago, what would that be? Like 20? Actually, yeah, that would be around like 2017, right? Actually, yeah, that does kind of fit in with like my timeline and thing. So I guess maybe, I don't know, was the whole transgender issue as hot an issue back then in like 2017 as it is now? I feel like it was a more recent thing. Apologies if I simply don't know this. I don't mean to offend any transgender people, of course. Like, I don't mind, but I got no beef with transgender people, just to make that clear. Like, I'm genuinely asking because I'm genuinely curious. Like, was this like such a huge thing back then that IrateGamer would feel the need to like have, I almost want to say token, like a token transgender ghost just injected into the content? I don't know. Was it? Maybe somebody will elaborate in the comments and explain that to me, because I genuinely don't know. Obviously, I'm cisgender, so I can't really say for sure.
So
they probably meant you were a female, like if you were one when you were alive. Oh, okay. That does make a little more sense. So I guess that would mean that this ghost, I guess that would mean like this ghost associates having a gender with being human, I suppose. Which, I guess that makes sense. I don't know if gender is a concept I specifically tie to humans, though. Like, I know animals have like different sexes, of course. But like, well, I guess animals don't really have a gender identity, right? We kind of like impose those on them. It's not like you have like a female toy poodle come up to you and it wants to have a ribbon put on it, right? So I don't know.
You were female. Just so I know.
It's not like the toy poodle comes up to you and it barks at you and it's like, I want the ribbon, you know?
Wow. Yeah, that's probably why she didn't answer before, because I didn't ask the right way. My mind is blown. I had an amazing night here, and I would love to come back and actually do some prayer work for this spirit.
Hopefully to be continued. Oh, that's right. He's like an expert ghost communicator, apparently, right? I wonder, was this ever continued? Episode 4, Toledo Airport. I'm curious if this ever does get continued. Next level ghost hunting. Ghost behaviorist. NBC 24 news clip. He has a news clip?
Hydration.
Oh, come on. Lightweight hydration for your hair curves.
New at 6. A REM pod, a K2 meter, and an EM pump. These are not medical devices or forecasting tools. They're for ghost hunting. Meteorologist Kimberly Newman says it's not a game for the faint of heart.
All of a sudden, 2 words popped on this thing. Paranormal.
Wow, okay, so he was on the news for this stuff. Assuming this is real, I don't know. I guess he could have made a fake NBC clip, but I feel like that's a lot more effort than he's willing to do. I was busy this Halloween season. Here's another news clip I was part of. I mean, yeah, if he was in the news, that's cool. Honestly, he should be in the news for like the ghost hunting stuff instead of like if he was to ever be in the news for his content, I feel like the ghost hunting stuff would be the most appropriate. Cause like how do you have the irate gamer on the news, right? If he's just like if you wanted a gamer on the news, you'd just get AVGN, right? Though I suppose you could say the same for this fucking ghost hunting shit. Like if you really wanted a ghost hunting channel to interview on the news, you'd probably get like a bigger channel. The same one this guy's probably copying, because we know he's copying something, right? I don't know. I mean, the worst option would be Puppet Steve, so they got me there.
Let's go back to where this all started. I was on a mission to find some of the spookiest locations in Northwest Ohio. Heading out first on my own, I went to the site surrounded by urban legend and folklore, Gibbs Bridge. Legend has it that this bridge is haunted by the victims of a fatal car crash. While it's always a struggle to capture paranormal activity on camera, regardless of if you're a professional or an amateur ghost.
By the way, is my audio still going well? Hold on, let me hear myself yell into my mic off of my phone.
Hunter, the true challenge is to decide if what you've experienced was real or if your mind is playing tricks on you. My general uneasiness led me away from Gibbs Bridge for good. It was then that I knew I needed help. I sought advice from a local ghost hunter, touting the use of his own brand of discarnate psychology.
Okay, cool. Audio's still going strong.
You know, just don't research ghost hunting. Research psychology.
I keep forgetting to check the audio every now and then because it's not like I've ever had it go out midstream, but like I have like a little bit of I'm like a new streamer, so I have like a little bit of anxiety of all like, oh, my mic might just randomly go be more quiet because I'm fucking with the whoops. Yeah, my mic might just be more quiet this time around because I keep fucking around with the gain just to make all my auditory gags.
History because it all comes together at some point.
He showed me how the professionals approach a conversation.
REM pod.
What this does.
I actually read like an article about some of this ghost hunting stuff. Apparently these pods are really easy to fuck with off camera. Like we're talking you could wave like a basic electronic around this thing and you could get it to produce lights. Like
Professionals approach a conversation.
Or you could get it to give you like a signal, which I think is really hilarious because this would only be practical somewhere where there wouldn't be electronics, but it's still useless because presumably if you're going this far to use this to find a ghost, you're probably recording evidence, right? Which means you probably have a camera, you probably have microphones, you probably even have cell phones on you too to communicate with like the ghost hunting team. So like I don't know, this device being so easily fuckable just by the existence of like electronic devices near it, I find it so funny that they even bother using these. But of course, it's all for TV. Like if they wanted to do a legitimate ghost hunt, they wouldn't be using those in the first place.
What this does is it takes an energy in an area and associates a word to it.
In 1960, 2 days before Halloween, a twin-engine vintage World War II aircraft crashed after taking off in incredibly foggy conditions. The wreck killed 16 Californian football players. A second, lesser-known crash in 1992 killed all passengers aboard a DC-8 military flight.
Okay, so this is talking about that Toledo Express video we just saw.
Yeah?
Boris believes to have connected with a victim of this crash through a spiritual conversation.
Everyone in the room felt this electrical surge.
Okay, so it's just them interviewing him on the news. So we'll just take that. Let's see. Can we find another ghost hunting video? I'm not really finding any as I scroll down. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is ABC. Breaking the new ghost hunting ground. Oh, it's trailer. This is supposed to be a series, right? Do I have to go into this playlist? Is that what they want me to do? Ghost Doctor Chris. He's a ghost doctor, apparently. Episode 13 remastered. What the hell does remastered mean? Is it like when I remaster my own videos where like I make it HDR? Or is it just like... What does he mean by remastered? I would like to see an explanation of this. This is the last remastered episode I'll be doing. Is this a wait, the Haunted Hydro episode recorded in 2007. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. So he interjects himself talking in between? So does he add like additional context? Is that what's going on?
A little bit more interesting.
Is anybody getting any weird feelings or anything? I'm not either.
Okay, yeah, I guess let's watch this one because apparently it's a remaster of an older one.
My name is Chris Boris, the Ghost Doctor, and this time I remastered my old Haunted Hydro episode. This was the first time anyone had ever investigated this popular haunted attraction, and the evening ended up turning into one night that no one will ever forget. Whoa. My name is Chris Boris, and I'm the world's first ghost behaviorist. I've come up with a groundbreaking ghost classification system.
Isn't this like pseudoscience though? Like, I like that some of these are just like regular symbols that he kind of just put in the circle too. Like obviously this is like an angry face, and then this is like a yin yang. This is like a person running, an explosion. Maybe that's the point of like these classifications, but I don't know. These, first of all, if I was going to classify ghosts, I wouldn't be using symbols at all, or maybe not like cryptic symbols. I would be using something like, I don't know, something you would see like OSHA or some shit. But fuck, I don't know, man.
That brings ghostly contact to a whole new level. So you were involved in that crash, correct?
God, he really likes showing footage of that fucking Toledo airport. Is that the only one where he does like a decent job communicating with the ghosts or something? Like,
to a spirit psyche and diagnose the problems plaguing them. He wants to kill somebody. Post-traumatic stresses.
How did we get to this point, by the way? Like, how did Chris Bohr go from like walking around like a haunted, not even like a haunted house, just walking around an old ass house for like 30 minutes and like having a fake shit happening to like, oh, I'm the ghost doctor, I make the ghost talk to me? Like, how did this evolution even happen? They've somehow found a way to make this series even lazier, because at least previously they had to walk and make shit up, right? But now it's just kind of like Chris sits here on a table and he just waves, someone off screen presumably just waves a magnet within distance to get the response they want from his questions that he's totally pulling out of his ass. I don't know, man. It's hard to take you seriously when you call yourself the doctor of a pseudoscience.
Coping disorders, I've seen it all.
I don't know if he wants us to believe he's a genuine like ghost doctor. I would hope he's being like ironic when he says that, but I get the feeling that, well, you know what? Is there someone else on YouTube who thinks they're a ghost doctor? Because he might just be stealing that premise from that too. Chris just steals a lot of shit.
here to counsel the dead and the homeowners they haunt. The Fremont Hydro Plant in Fremont, Ohio was built in 1911. At one time, this amazing structure provided the town's power supply before shutting down in 1954. The building sat empty for many years until finally being turned into a haunted house attraction every Halloween season since the 1970s. In 2007, I visited the attraction and had multiple workers coming up to me in order to tell me all their personal stories of all their encounters they've had of spirits in this building.
So wait, later, don't they show like skeletons and shit later? This is like a haunted attraction, right? It seemed like later when we saw all the skeletons and shit, they were like genuinely spooked by it. But like if this is like a haunted attraction, couldn't these just be like Halloween props? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another similar thing. Yeah, I can't help but imagine the same thing, Cheshire, because like he has to be stealing this idea from someone else, right? Like I refuse to believe he came up with the idea of being the ghost doctor all by himself, just given his track record.
Even though it's documented that no one has ever died on this property, the quirky energy at this location seems to be attracting a lot of wandering spirits in on a regular basis. Over the years, many of their employees have just up and quit after coming face to face with these ghostly entities. Reports here.
I like how I meant to talk about his gaming videos, but instead we went on this whole like escapade watching his ghost hunting stuff. I don't mind though, because I think this is the most fascinating thing. The gaming content was just kind of like establishing who he is and like introducing you guys to him, and then like the fucking Street Fighter puppet Steve shit was like where he is now, what his big thing is now, since like IrateGamer just simply, well, it's still a thing. He's still uploading IrateGamer, but like it's like his big bucks now. It's presumably where most of his money is coming from. And then this is I guess it's kind of like an iceberg, right? This is like the bottom of like the IrateGamer iceberg, I guess you could say, where it's like, oh, this is the juiciest bit, right? That the fewest people know about, except I'm sure a lot of people know about the ghost hunting videos. But yeah, this, I mean, if you've somehow been watching this stream for like the past 2 hours and not realize he does ghost hunting videos, yeah, he does ghost hunting videos. But I don't know. I almost didn't talk of, well, yeah, I almost didn't talk about this at all until Sue brought it up. So I'm really glad she did.
Include apparitions of women, doors closing by themselves, and feelings of being watched in their prop room. It wasn't long before I was called into the haunted hydro to do an investigation.
They feel like they're being watched in the prop room? Yeah, because they probably have like dummies standing there with like their faces. Because I've entered a room. I like the ghost hunting stuff. Me too. I feel like this is his most interesting content. I feel like this is probably what he should have focused everything on. Like IrateGamer should have stayed like a niche, like rip-off thing that he did for like a few years, and then he realized, oh, I should do my own thing. And then Puppet Steve, I guess Puppet Steve is like a successful channel, pretty much. It's 1 million subs. You can't get 1 million subs and say it's a failure of a YouTube channel. So obviously Puppet Steve is working out really well for him. I would like to see like I would like to just place my hands in the aether and like pry away and peer into like a different timeline where Chris was like this famous ghost hunter. I think that would be a really cool like alternate reality to see. Oh, I forgot what I was about to say. Oh yeah, they felt like they were being watched in the prop room though, right? But like I've walked into like a dark room before, like a dark children's room. Back when my younger brother was my younger sister, because he's trans. He used to have dolls in his room. Well, I guess she, because it's technically a different gender back then. So she used to have dolls in her room when she was like a little girl, and they used to, because naturally like those cute little like unicorn dolls, they would face you, right? They're supposed to face towards you. But in the rare occasion where I need to, or even my room, I used to have plushies and stuff. Even in my room where I'm like walking around in the dark and shit, like just having those like things there, I would barely be able to see their eyes, and it would look kind of like they're looking at me, right? So I kind of imagine the same phenomenon happening here, where they happen to have like some dolls or like some props that happen to look kind of like scary ass people just looking at them, because that's just how they're stored. So I mean, to say it's a ghost is a little unrealistic. It's jumping to a lot of conclusions, because I mean, this is a haunted attraction. I know I'm making this whole point of, oh, this isn't real, obviously. Like, obviously it's not real, but like, I'm just critiquing this. Yeah, like that shit was scary. Like, I feel like everybody's related to that, where they walk into their room as like a child and all of a sudden their dolls are fucking scary and shit, right? Because it's the dark, and you made the mistake of making the dolls face towards you at night, you know?
Excited to be granted access to this building. And once I arrived with my film crew, the staff was more than accommodating of showing us where all the paranormal hotspots were.
Now this, what you're standing in right now, this is the
She's in the closet now.
water holding cell. Now if you turn
Yeah, thankfully I don't sleep in my closet.
around and look up, those are floodgates right there. They used to flood the building with those gates and with the turbines and everything. This was actually where one of the turbines used to sit. This used to go run all the way out to the river.
For context, I know Cheshire IRL, before anyone gets like confused by that.
We do have a little special surprise in here.
Our tour.
I'd watch scary shit and then I just stare at them like one of the dolls are watching now. I still get scared at night. Part of it is Phasmophobia's fault. Sometimes I'll like have like a, God, there was one point in my life back when I was working at a grocery store, and I remember describing this to my friends once, and I was like, I used to work like very early morning shifts. Like I would get up at 3 a.m. in the morning. And one night I was walking to my car and I heard something. I heard like some splattering of like feet. Some like wet ass, like disgusting ass feet, right? And I heard like a little groan. And my hand immediately, because I was working like the produce section of like a grocery store. I was like the senior produce person there. So I had my knife on me at all times because that was just part of the job. Getting scared at Phasmo. I wouldn't be scared during Phasmo. It's usually after Phasmo when I go to bed right afterwards. But yeah. Anyways, I reached for my knife and I explicitly remember shouting, "Please don't move closer. I have a knife. Like, whatever you are, please tell me what you are. Please do not move closer." And like it started wandering closer and closer, and it was about to come around my car, and I had my knife ready to go, and I almost swung my fucking knife. I literally almost bent it around and swung my fucking knife trying to hit whatever this fucking thing was in the head. Thankfully, there was nothing there, and thankfully I didn't swing at all. Yeah, no, it was genuinely scary. And then that same night, I was in the produce cooler, and we just received a load, and there was like tons of like vegetables and shit stacked on top of each other, right? Like if you've ever seen like a wooden pallet with like food on it, there's usually like boxes of shit stacked on top. They're stacked pretty high. So our whole cooler was sort of like a maze of like pallets kind of spread around it. So once again, I started hearing those fucking sounds, right? In the produce cooler. And once again, I heard like that groaning, and it was heading towards me. And I had my knife on me at the time, but I think this time I decided to try to sneak around it. And I literally ran out of the cooler, and like I almost even ran out of the whole building. And then like I had to take a moment to catch my breath, and I was waiting at the cooler door, waiting for the thing to come out of the cooler so I could try to strike at it with my knife, and it never came out. Presumably because it was just something I imagined, right? But like I would have around that time I was also having that thing like people call it a sleep paralysis demon, where I would have that like it. Oh yeah, I never described what it looked like. When it was rounding the car, I partially saw it in the windows of the car, and it looked like a brown mangled corpse. I suppose not to scare anybody watching this stream, especially late at night, like if they're falling asleep to this. Well, if you're falling asleep to this, you're probably not appreciating me turning the gain on my mic up. But it genuinely looks like a brown, like mangled, decrepit corpse just walking around on its two legs. And oh my fucking God. I would have that thing standing in like the corner of my room on the occasional night, and I would just not be able to sleep. And that was like the main reason for my insomnia. And of course, I never really like told many people about it. Because like, don't even bring up the sleep paralysis. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you're about to go to sleep. It's okay. It's not real. But you know, I used to imagine that thing hanging out in like the corner of my room, and that thing gave me like genuine insomnia. And like I was saying, I didn't tell many people because like I knew in the back of my mind it was fake. It was just something I was coming up with. Because like obviously if it was real, it would be a little more obvious than just like sitting there watching me. But I forgot what put me on this fucking tangent. Don't scare me like this. I'm a child. Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, you can sleep. You don't have to sleep in the garage. If you'd feel more comfortable sleeping somewhere else. Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't have been telling this story. Anyways, yeah. Scary shit. But, you know, it happens.
It was amazing, and it was because our tour guide...
Maybe you'll forget about it by the end of the stream. I might play, Oh, yeah. Yeah, see. I might play some, like... I might have a separate stream where I play, like, a game or something. I don't want to make it part of this stream, because obviously if you're clicking on this, you're clicking on IrateGamer shit. So I might have a separate stream where I'll play, like, a little bit of Resident Evil 4 or Street Fighter 6. I like the tangent. Yeah, I go on a lot of tangents. But yeah, I'll probably play a little bit of a different game before I head to bed myself. So maybe that'll clear your mind before you go to bed. I don't know, we'll see. I did tell Cheshire I might hang out with him after this stream, so we'll probably do that. Probably play more Terraria. We were playing Terraria right before the stream.
Us all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes to make one of these haunted house attractions.
I like scary stories too. It's just I'm also like a huge scaredy cat, so it's like a double-edged sword because I like them a lot because they're genuinely the best stories you can tell. But also at the same time, it's like great. Now this is not gonna help me sleep tonight. I suppose I could just get really drunk. That's right. I wanted to drink some alcohol while I was doing this stream, but I totally forgot. I'm surprised I'm even this good at talking without it. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, if you guys are watching along, by the way, I just want to say, like, you have to burn in my ear like that. It wasn't intentional. Usually when I need to burp or like clear my throat during stream, I'll just mute my mic. That's what's happening during those periods of time where I'm not talking. If I could talk the whole stream, I would, but because I'm the type of idiot who does that. But anyways, damn it, you got me off task. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you guys are drinking like some alcohol or consuming some weed during if you guys are watching my streams and you want to like be in the chat, oh like, hey, cheers, drink some alcohol with me. I'm totally down with that, by the way. Or if you're all like, hey man, you want to take a dab of some weed? I'm not going to dab any weed, but like I'll take an edible with you. Like if you guys want to like sync it up and be all like, okay, 3, 2, 1, we're gonna drink some alcohol, you know? That'd be a cool thing to do on the stream at some point. But yeah, you know, if you guys like to chill, you know, treat yourself while you're watching my streams, right? Get yourself, maybe drink yourself a little bit of Fireball like I was planning to, and then I totally forgot to do so because I was too invested in fucking IrateGamer. Or you know, have yourself a little bit of an edible. I don't know. Yeah, just keep it chill, everybody.
Your ordinary bathroom.
I forgot why I was going on that tangent. Obviously, I'm not your parent. You don't need my explicit permission to drink alcohol during my stream. You're not the one streaming. I am, and I'm doing a very bad job at it.
Our bathroom has a water monster that lives in it. This is a new room.
Wow, thanks, Chris. Thanks for putting that jump scare.
Welcome to the Merry Christmas room. Oh, man.
That's not gonna help Cheshire in the chat, man.
It's cool. Everything's a little upside down around here. We spared no expense on this room. How many people do you think to run this place on our shortest night? We will have 41 miles.
Also, Cheshire, I'm not talking about you. You're not supposed to have alcohol.
On an average, we'll probably have two people to a room. Normally.
It's also interesting to point out that on site, they have actual human skeletal remains in the building.
Actual human skeletal remain. I have a feeling they're not supposed to keep that kind of shit. Can you legally keep someone's bones? I don't think you. I feel like you can't, right? I feel like that would be a problem.
There's a group called, and I don't remember what the name of it was, but they were similar to the Knights of Columbus.
Okay.
And they actually use this in their ceremony. This is relevant.
Now, an item of this nature can definitely be the root cause of a lot of the problems they're suffering because, one, there could be a lot of spiritual attachments to it, or two, it can actually draw in a lot of the darker entities since they're coming in and...
I guess I'd be an idiot to say, oh, I've seen bones in real life, but I feel like bones don't look like that, right? Does a real human skull look like... Ah. I suppose maybe those ribs look so fake, though.
Draw in a lot of
Those ribs look like big, like, sticks of plastic.
the darker entities since they're coming in and trying to feed off of it. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Wasn't it originally, before this, it was a medical, they use it for medical science.
Yeah.
Originally.
Now, does anything weird happen around here? Or around it?
Hopefully it's not just me, but those ribs, like, just straight up look like, those ribs and, like, those arm bones just straight up look like pieces of plastic. Like, you cannot legally keep human bones. Yeah, so I have doubts that, like, this place has actual human skeletons. I suppose they can say that to make it scarier, but, like, I highly doubt these are, like, actual human skeletons.
I haven't had anything weird happen around me, but I know other people that have. Our security guard runs by this room. He will not walk by here.
Wow.
Okay. He gets as far as there and he runs to the next room. And the other section she does not like is our makeup room. She can't really explain it. She just says it's just, she gets this eerie feeling about being there, especially this part of the room and right inside the door over there.
Mm-hmm. All right. After our tour, I decided to hit up the prop room first since all the hauntings seem to be
That skeleton was definitely fake. Yeah, it just looks so much like plastic, right?
centralized in that location. We'll start here.
Yeah, maybe after the stream, Cheshire and we can have some pizza pockets. Maybe play a little more Terraria. I don't know. Stream might wrap up soon. It's like 1 in the morning. I've been streaming for 3 hours apparently. Not even realizing it. Most of the stream was probably this ghost hunting content.
Anybody in the area would like to speak to us? We're here to talk to you. If there's anybody in
After doing a quick Google search, apparently it is legal to buy and sell human bones, except for like 3 states. Why would someone need to buy human bone? I can get maybe like a doctor or like a scientist, but like I feel like a law wouldn't need to be made for those though, because those use cases are so niche that you would have to contact like a few certain suppliers or something. It's like if I can't come up with a good example, but basically it feels like one of those things where it's like, why would you regulate it if more than just a niche few industries can obtain it, right? I don't know. Why would someone need to buy skeletal remains?
the area, now's your time to speak to us.
I had something fly by the camera. Might have been a bug.
This room's kind of creepy at night, dude. Ugh.
Yeah, see what I was talking about earlier though, with like the dolls in the room. Like obviously they walked into that in the dark and they were like, ooh, like like of course you're gonna feel watched in that room because like the dolls in a way are watching you. They're obviously not alive, but still it's gonna give you that impression because like it's vaguely human enough to like give you that eerie sense.
We're on one room where he said that what was that?
Who's doing that? Hello? As soon as I started heading down this long hallway, I started hearing all these weird squeaking sounds.
I heard like somebody pulling on a pulley.
Is there anybody here that'd like to speak to us? We want you to pass in front of this meter.
Can't tell where I'm going.
Ah. We are in the skeleton room now. That is creepy, dude. I wonder how old this thing is. Touch it?
Touch it, it's my fetish.
The person who inhabited this body, do you have anything to say to us?
Gotta sleep with the nightlight tonight. Yeah. Sorry for all my VOD viewers who are watching this late at night too.
If you have anything to say, now is the time. We want you to make your presence known to us. Is anybody getting any weird feelings or anything? I'm not either. Once pulling out my thermal camera, things got a little bit more interesting. Is there anybody in here that'd like to speak to us? Yeah, I'm just getting a basic reading on this thing. Now, what is that?
It's a ghost worm. It's the ghost of a worm.
Oh, okay, never mind. This thing
Like I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
cannot penetrate glass, and it's funny with that crack there. That's the only heat it's getting.
This meter keeps fluctuating though, like not when I press it, but like just by itself.
Why do I say VOD? Because after these streams end, usually they become a video on demand. That's usually what that means. Video on demand. I say VOD because it implies at one point that this was a stream. I thought this was how many likes this stream was getting. I'm like, what the fuck? I had 43 people. No, it's just this video. Anyways, oh wait, that's kind of sad. 43 likes on it. How many views did this get? 3,000. Oh, you know, actually, that's kind of around what I get, honestly. Anyways, I call it VOD because VOD stands for video on demand, and I say that as opposed to video because when I say video, it kind of implies that it was always a video, whereas if I say VOD, that implies that initially it was a stream and then YouTube just archived it and turned it into something you can watch on demand. Yeah.
Lift your finger off of it?
No, I know it does it that.
Is anybody here with us?
Just did it.
If there's somebody here with us, pass in front of this meter. Keep it level. There. Oh shit. Would you like to communicate with us? Do you live here? Pass in front.
It appears the ghost doctor has failed. Perhaps all of his credibility should be removed.
On the meter and let us know.
I have the meter right here. Just come closest to me.
I stepped on dirt in the house and cringed. Yeah, like how fucking Chris stepped on something earlier and then for some reason claimed it was a goblin in the basement.
We want you to communicate with us. Not getting it anymore.
For a minute it was going freaking bonkers.
It's very frustrating when you get spikes like this to occur and then they just taper off. Especially for me, looking back on this moment now.
I guess let's head back to the toy channel, because like we kind of have the gist of his ghost videos now. Is there any Capcom stuff on his toy channel? Oh my god. Is there any Capcom stuff on his toy channel? Like if I were to type Mega Man, would I find any? Puppet Steve plays Mega Man 11, all 9 levels, all robot man. He does game reviews on this channel? Mega Man Funko Pops? Okay, we're gonna cringe big time. We're gonna cringe very big time. But let's watch some Puppet Steve. I want to change it up a little bit.
We all love to play. Whether you play for
Let's do it.
That's me every time I do a gamer. That's me every time I watch Rain and Noodles streams, and he walks up to the mic and he gets real close and he decides to absolutely maul my ears. Every time he does that, I go Rain and Noodles is the peak of all content, the greatest content on the planet. If you disagree with me, I will simply ignore you.
Boy, I'm super excited because
I was gonna say I'll ban you from chat, but that's a little harsh.
huge Mega Man fans, and guess what? They've got a
That's a little DSP like to just ban you from chat just because you don't like my videos.
new Mega Man game coming out. Now you won't find any bigger Mega Man fans than us because we've got Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 6, Mega Man 7, Mega Man 8.
This should almost be a meme. Just like this should honestly just be a Mega Man meme. I can see people pasting this in Discord where it's like Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, I might try to make that a meme. Well, it's also not my content, but whatever.
Oh man, and it doesn't stop there because there's also Mega Man.
Is there Mega Man 9? Is there such a thing as a Mega Man 9? Please tell me, Mr. IrateGamer.
9 and 10, which were digital downloads only.
Oh, 9 and 10 were digital downloads. Puppet Steve can't hold them.
But now we're getting the super cool release of Mega Man 11.
Stop mauling my ears, bro. If me turning up the gain and getting really close to my mic sounds shitty, do let me know.
Ah, yes! And the super cool people over at Capcom ended up giving us a copy of this a little bit early so we could do an awesome review on it before it comes out. But talk about a fun game. Oh man, this is one game I just love. If you like
Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4. Oh, don't forget Mega Man 5. that should honestly be, maybe it's a bad meme idea, but I feel like that's a meme I would make.
Mega Man like we do, and this is a great throwback to the classics because we get all new stages that are great, the levels are great, the bosses are great.
Again, it's a kid's channel though. Like I shouldn't be surprised that he has to like insinuate that there are 10 Mega Man games. And now there's 11, of course. You know, I've never played Mega Man 11. It's funny that I mentioned DSP earlier because I was watching DSP play this. And I saw this clip where like he was playing a mission and like the entire mission he's like, wah, wah. Everybody's complaining I'm not playing the game on hard mode. Everybody's complaining I'm not playing the retro hard NES game that the whole point of it is to be a really hard fucking game. Everybody's complaining that I'm playing it the easy way. Wah. It's like if I was to stream Dark Souls and then like I played like a mage build and just like spam like missiles at everything. And then I got mad at chat for calling me out for it. It's like
Yep, you're just gonna love.
It's like if I was playing RE4R and like I had like fucking cheat engine active and I was just like not letting like if I had like infinite health and chat was calling me out for it and I was like wah, 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 wah. Like how do you fucking do that, man? How do you do that and then expect people to actually watch your shit, man? God, the fucking nerve of DSP.
Love this game. Alright kids, so here we go, Mega Man 11, and this is going to be a brief overview in the game. But if this video gets a lot of views, I'll end up posting my entire gameplay video.
Guys, if this video gets a lot of views, he'll post an entire gameplay video. 78K. You guys better raid this video. I want to see Puppet Steve play the entirety of Mega Man 11. Okay? You guys do not understand. I can see the I can see the hearts on sorry, let me turn the game down. I can see the hearts on my chat replay on my phone. I can't see them on my like actual computer screen, and I can't see them in OBS, but I do actually like see them I do actually see them on my chat monitor.
Online for you guys to check out. But once getting past the super cool
The stupid hearts thing is so funny because like it's so clearly just copying TikTok, right? And I honestly don't really get the point of it either, because like you just tap it and it like gives you a few hearts. Like I'm gonna tap it a few times and then I'm gonna put some like confetti on the screen. So like I'll even put like some hundreds on the screen, you know? Like I really don't get the point of it, because like I always thought it was like a little weird and distracting. I don't know if it gets people hyped, I'll take it, but it was always a weird thing to me. You know what? It's not as bad as TikTok though, because TikTok, I was watching there's this bitch on TikTok who like fakes disorders. Her name is Alphabur. I was watching this one stream where she was getting confronted about it. Some fucking incel put like a fucking 3D like VTuber cowboy hat on her. So like this entire time this British chick is like, "Are you faking disorders? Are you faking disorders? My son has Tourette's syndrome. So if you're faking Tourette's syndrome, that's not very nice of you." And then Alphabur is all like, yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't meaning to fake that shit. And while it was all happening, these motherfuckers are putting like TikTok hats and like cowboy hats on Alphabur's fucking head during this like incredibly serious like interview. I don't know, it's such a bizarre thing TikTok is. I couldn't be on that fucking app. I know hating on TikTok is like the popular thing now, but like genuinely I have never used it. Well, I guess I have no right to hate on it because I've genuinely never used it, but like I've had zero interest in using it because like live streams on that platform just seem so unwatchable, you know, just like my live streams actually. So maybe I'm what to talk.
Menu here, we're treated to a really cool
Whoever's copying me, I love you.
story where we see Dr. Light and Dr. Wily battling it out over all their robot creations. And of course this sets up the entire game, because this fight leaves Dr. Wily bitter and angry, and years later he comes by and steals all of Dr. Light's robots. Aw, man!
Dr. Light, what's the ruckus? Perfect timing. The lot of you will make excellent test subjects.
Oh yeah, speaking of Street Fighter being like a kid's thing, is Mega Man also a kid's thing? Because Mega Man characters are also really highly sexualized. Like there's like this one robot bitch. I didn't even realize this until like recently. There's like this one robot bitch from like one of the modern games, and like her character design is just straight up underboob. Like she just has a Hime cut and then like underboob, and that's like her entire fucking design. And I'm kind of like, now I'm seeing Mega Man 11 on this guy's channel, this guy's kids channel for like children, and I'm kind of like, this are kids like playing this stuff? Like obviously like a busty woman is not something that should be forbidden from like kids games or whatever, but like when I see underboob, I'm like, okay, someone knew what they were doing, right? Somebody had to have seen what they were doing, right? Like there's a difference between a female character just happening to have like a large chest, because that's just the probability of a woman having a large chest existing in this universe is not unreasonable. And then there's like, yeah, we made them dress as sexy as possible just because fuck it, we just wanted to. I totally got lost from my original point. Yeah, is Mega Man even like a kid's thing? I never saw it that way. I always thought, especially like the shittier X games on like the PS2 or whatever, especially those games.
My robots.
I can't imagine like a kid who would like give a shit about the Mega Man lore. Because I'm an adult and I don't give a shit about the Mega Man lore. I don't know, maybe I'm being too mean. There's probably some Mega Man fans watching my thing. You know, I'm sure the lore is cool. It's probably, I'll tell you what, the Street Fighter lore is probably worse than whatever Mega Man has going on. Street Fighter is fucking unbearable. The writing in that series is absolutely fucking atrocious.
And of course, Mega Man's not gonna let that happen. So it's time to put on his battle outfit, head into battle. But this time, we've got 2 new features to use against the bad guys, and this thing is called the Double Gear System.
Mega Man is rated 8+? And then they have female robots looking like that? What the fuck, man? Am I wrong about Street Fighter being rated T for teen or something? Like, I never saw Street Fighter as a kid's thing. I played it as a kid, but that was because when I played it as a kid, the Xbox 360 was like the grown-up system, and I wanted to be like the grown-up, you know? I wanted to be like my dad and play Street Fighter 4. I don't... Man, it's strange what gets marketed to kids these days. Same with Five Nights at Freddy's. They probably see it as a Sonic ripoff. I never would have thought Mega Man would be like a Sonic ripoff, though. If anything, I think Sonic is like much more like child friendly and honestly way more appealing than Mega Man. Because Mega Man, like, those games are fucking hard, right? Well, maybe not the more modern Mega Man games, but like definitely like old school, like classic ass 80s Mega Man. Like, that shit was fucking hard. Like, I couldn't. I don't know. Maybe they are just Nintendoing it, though, and they're making their games way too fucking easy now. I don't know.
Now, this thing is pretty cool because we've got 2 new abilities for Mega Man to use.
Reason number 849, I'm not the biggest fan of Nintendo. Their games are way too fucking easy. Complete fucking imbecile could play them. Except not really, because DSP has a lot of trouble with Tears of the Kingdom. He can't figure out how to rotate a cube 90 degrees. I'm dead fucking serious on that, by the way.
Either increases power, which makes it more powerful, or we get the ability to slow time down, which is very useful in the game when you're trying to jump on platforms and everything else.
Yeah, and Street Fighter is also weird because like the Street Fighter 2 movie, the animated one, it has a lot of mature themes. Like if you saw my Street Fighter Facts video, I had to blur it out, but there's a scene where Chun-Li is in the shower and like they straight up just like draw nips, like right there. You see like her bare breasts, and like you don't necessarily see her ass crack, but you might as well have, you know. It's like it's like I don't know. Street Fighter is weird. I've always seen it as more of a mature thing. That movie also has like Korn and Alice in Chains and like Silverchair, like not necessarily shit kids would be into. So I don't know what happens to Street Fighter where it became like this T for teens thing, because it was always the adult thing in my eyes.
Yep, this slowing down time feature is awesome. Oh man. All right, so after that super cool opening,
I'm not fucking joking. You can look it up. You can see Chun-Li's fucking nips right there if you really wanted to.
It's now time to start the game. And in classic Mega Man fashion, we can choose any level that we want.
You think Street Fighter 5 has it bad? That fucking Street Fighter 2 movie was like, oh my god. It was oh my god in a good way, though. It was oh my god in like a really funny way. Whereas Street Fighter 5 was oh my god as in like, oh, I can't believe Ono is fantasizing about another Street Fighter character. You know, it's like Street Fighter 5 is oh my god in a bad way.
Want to begin the game and just check out all the robot enemies out this time around. We've got Blockman.
That reminds me, that T for teen thing must have started with Ono, now that I think about it, because like Street Fighter 4 was when they started getting rated T, right? SF6 is for teens. IDK about the older games. Yeah, SF6 I think was rated T for teen. It would have been rated M. I believe it was almost rated M, and then they had to be all like, Jamie doesn't drink alcohol. He drinks Hawaiian punch in that little key thing. It just happens to make him really excited. Don't mind that his face turns red. He's definitely not drunk, guys. So Street Fighter 6 easily could have been rated M if they really wanted to make it that, but I'm pretty sure they made it rated T to appeal to a larger audience, because that's typically what games do. You know, when you rate a game mature, you actually limit the audience of who can play your game. And in some games it's unavoidable, because like the plot or like the idea, the concept of a game happens to have like a lot of mature themes. I think rated T means you have like one mature thing, so maybe it's like the sexualization of the characters, why it's rated T. I gotta look at the whole rating again, what it says specifically, or it's probably cartoon violence. That's probably the reason why it's rated T. I don't know. I think if I recall correctly, Street Fighter V was rated T and Street Fighter 4 was rated T. And I think that was when the game started to get rated for like a younger age group. So that might have been what went on. It might have just been an Ono thing that just carried on to today, because you can't lose your Street Fighter 4 audience. That's a horrible idea. So I can't blame them.
Man, Blast Man, Fuse Man,
Also, that rant definitely like turned a lot of people off. People are probably leaving left and right.
Man Head. Okay, he's not a villain, but we've got Bounce Man, Torch Man, Impact Man, and Tundra Man. Now, in these Mega Man games, there's usually one boss that's weaker than the others, so you can start the game with and just fly through. And if you're wondering who that is, well, it's none other than Tundra Man. Yep, compared to the others, this level's...
According to Google, the only one that was rated like 18 is the second one. Everything else is rated 12 and up. What the hell? Really? Even Street Fighter 3? Wow. Okay, that's really interesting.
...is probably the easiest to fight through. But of course, like a dummy...
I could see Alpha being rated 12 and up, I guess, but like... Damn, even Street Fighter 3 like has like a song in there where it's like, oh, I'm gonna break your back. Like...
Well, I ended up picking Acid Man for my first level. Oh man. So I had a tougher time.
That's crazy. Street Fighter 6 might be rated higher than like fucking Street Fighter Alpha or whatever the rated 12 and up is. Maybe the 12 and up one is Gem Fighter.
Trying to fight through this level than I would have if I'd chosen Tundra Man's level. But I don't regret it one bit, because this level looks beautiful. Because Mega Man fights his way through a laboratory.
By the way, if anyone's catching us midstream, I'm sorry about that tangent. We're watching IrateGamer's, I guess side hustle would be not the most appropriate word for it. This Puppet Steve channel is IrateGamer. Like, if you don't recognize his voice in the background, which you might have, this is not an IrateGamer video. This is a Puppet Steve video. IrateGamer has a fucking toy channel. That's what we're checking out right now. Earlier, if you want to scroll back in the VOD, I believe I have DVR on. We were checking out his ghost hunting. Whoops. We were checking out all of his ghost hunting videos, and then earlier on, we were looking at his channel and watching some of his. God fucking damn. We were watching some of his older reviews, and we were even talking about AVGN addressing him. But yeah, we're just checking out. God fucking damn. We're just checking out more of his kids channel, because I wanted to get back into that. I feel like when I initially talked about it, I only talked about Street Fighter, which is, you know, that's the series I simp for the most. A lot of people think I'm a DMC YouTuber for some reason, which is so funny, because DMC is probably the Capcom game I play the least, but oh well. Yeah, or some people think I'm an RE tuber for some fucking reason, but yeah, let's just get back to this. He's talking about Mega Man right now. If you want to see some of the Street Fighter stuff, that's going to be earlier in the stream. It's probably like an hour and a half ago, I would say.
Filled with acid. Huh. And all kinds of enemies interact with the background to turn all the water in this level into acid. And of course, all the enemies in this game are going to work against you from trying to reach the end. I can't tell you how much fun I had playing this game, because the graphics look awesome, the gameplay is solid, and the enemies are all interesting and cool as well, even though they are trying to kick my butt. Oh man.
They're trying to kick my butt. He does sound kind of like Sonic. I kind of like that about him.
There's all kinds of neat features like fighting.
I gotta say, I'm kind of warming up to like his kids channel. Like, obviously I would not watch this non-ironically. I am way outside of the demographic for this channel. But you know what? If I had to choose between something like J Station or whatever bullshit is on TikTok right now, or any of that stuff, if I had to choose between any of that to put on an iPad and give fucking shove in my child's face, it would probably be Puppet Steve. I'm not gonna lie, because at the very least, like, Puppet Steve, well, he talks about Capcom stuff, so I guess I'm a little biased, but at the very least, Puppet Steve, like, I've seen their stuff, and I've seen that it's nothing necessarily offensive, you know. Like, my kid could be watching Super Mario Logan, and, you know, Super Mario Logan, I haven't seen any evidence for it, but I've heard some crazy, wacky allegations about Super Mario Logan, and, you know, channels like that. So I don't know. I guess if I needed to shut my fucking kid up for a second and like put something on the iPad, it probably would be Puppet Steve. So you know what? Credits to Chris Bohr. If I was gonna watch any, or not I watch any, if I was gonna show my kid any kids content, it probably would be Chris Bohr. Now, is his content of any quality? That's a different question. But I can see a kid being into this.
Against the water currents in the levels, and just check out this boss. Ha, I felt like I was in the middle of a washing machine.
I was in the middle of a washing machine. Oh my god. Everybody get your kids in the washing machine.
How dare you? Talk about one epic battle. Get up, Mega Man, get up.
That's like a common theme in like cartoons now that I think about it. Just like the kid falling into a washing machine and like getting all fucked up. I mean, I don't know why that came up in my mind, but I was, why did Family Guy come to mind? Did Family Guy ever do a guy like that? My brain works in like the weirdest fucking ways, man. I apologize, guys. Also, this is 1080p. This bitrate is so, maybe I'm spoiled by AV1 and like my own videos, but this, wow, is this what 1080p looks like? God damn, that's kind of trash.
Oh yeah, even the explosions are awesome. But once reaching the end of this level, we come face to face with that evil acid man.
It probably looks worse on my own stream because this stream is available in 4K, and then we're just, which is redundant because we're watching 1080p videos. So I'm probably not, the stream is probably not doing the video quality of these videos any favors.
And this guy's gonna throw all kinds of acid in your face.
I do have the NVIDIA upscaling turned on though, so I guess technically this is being upscaled. This might even look better than the native video, but you know, obviously you're not going to watch this over the native video unless you wanted my commentary, so whatever.
In order to make sure you don't beat him. But of course, this is the Puppet Steve show. Of course I'm gonna beat you. Take that, you.
Ah, Puppet Steve is based. He plays on PlayStation. Yes. Yes. I used to be like the biggest Xbox fanboy, but now I'm kind of like flip-flopping now. Now I'm kind of like a PlayStation guy. I still really like Xbox. Obviously, like Game Pass is amazing, but I don't know. Now when I thought of game consoles before, I used to think of just Xbox. Nowadays, like the console that comes to mind is PlayStation. So I don't know. Weird how you kind of flip-flop like that. A fucking accent though. I'm still mostly a PC guy though. Like obviously I'm doing this on my PC, and I have a 4090 in this PC, so obviously I'd rather play games on this.
And of course, once you beat each enemy, well, you get to take his weapon. And of course, old Acid Man is going to give up a weapon called the Acid Barrier. Now this weapon isn't too bad. I mean, it does give you a force field, but every time you use this weapon, well, you gotta wait a split second to raise the force field, and then you fire. So yeah, that's kind of a drawback. Well, later in the game, I don't use this weapon too much, because the other weapons you can acquire are pretty darn cool. Especially the weapon of the next guy's level we're gonna visit, which is Torchman. And this is a super cool level, because it looks like,
I do gotta say, PS is cringe, Xbox is superior. I mean, you can like whatever console you guys want. I really don't give a shit. This used to be sort of like a heavily PC focused Capcom channel, and then I kind of got over the whole PC thing. I'll probably still do like GPU videos, but yeah, I was kind of like, you know, a lot of not as many. There's like an even divide now. There's like a good portion. It's like an even split between Capcom fans on PC and Capcom fans on console. So it would be weird. It would be weird to me to alienate people, especially since a lot of my content doesn't even like factor PC in, outside of like mods or like my game footage obviously looks really nice because it's on PC and it's using all of this highly advanced AV1 encoding bullshit that most people can't even wrap their brains around. The production value of my videos is insanely complicated, and I would not wish it on another human being because it's also a complete fucking bitch to work with.
camping ground. Look at that, teepees and lanterns. Oh man, this level's crazy. Especially when you reach this part where the fire's coming up right behind.
Oh, that was like expertly cut in. The fire's coming right behind you. That genuinely built up some suspense. I'm like, is he gonna die? I almost bought one of these laptops, and then I used to have a gaming laptop just like this, and then slowly over time, over the years that I had it, I started to realize I was using this laptop as a desktop. Like I was plugging in a shit ton of like USB hubs into it, and then I had it plugged into like this massive 4K monitor. Not the movie was rated 13. No fucking way. The Street Fighter 2 animated movie? Which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Street Fighter the movie or Street Fighter 2 movie? Because there's different ones. And then I think there's Street Fighter 2 V or something like that, which is like a reimagining of the Street Fighter 2 movie. It's some weird shit like that. If the Street Fighter 2 movie was rated 13, that is highly concerning. They did release 2 where one is unrated and the other is 13 plus. Yeah, that's true. There is a specific edition of the Street Fighter 2 animated movie where, believe it or not, the Chun-Li loot scenes are even worse than what I saw, from what I understand. There's like an extended cut of that scene, and it's probably the unrated one you're talking about. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. Anyways, fuck this laptop story. Moral of the story: don't buy a laptop if you're going to use it like a desktop, like I did, like a complete fucking moron. Just buy a fucking desktop unless you really need to move your computer around.
In order to try to fry you into a Mega Man.
Oh, he slid under.
Up right behind you in order to try to fry you into a Mega Man fricassee flambe.
Fricassee flambe.
Oh man, I can't tell you how many times I had to redo this level over and over and over again just to get through this.
I never played Mega Man 11. Is this level hard? Maybe someone will like comment or some shit. Assuming they're still watching this. This stream is like 3 hours long, I think, right? Yeah. But whatever. This Mega Man 11 doesn't look like that hard of a game. I feel like the NES Mega Mans are a lot harder than this. But again, I never played Mega Man 11. I should sometime. Maybe I should play Mega Man 11 on stream at some point. I don't play a lot of Mega Man, so it probably would be a good idea.
Oh man, and I'll tell you kids, this level is pretty darn tough.
It wouldn't hurt if I made a Mega Man video on my YouTube channel too, so maybe I should do that next. Well, not next. I still got to make that other Resident Evil video. And then I got like 50 other fucking videos I want to make first, but yeah.
You can see here, you have to use that time-slowing doohickey thing a lot if you want to pass this portion of the game. Because that flame is coming at you, you're going to need to slow time down to outrun it. Oh man, and this thing gets intense. Oh, so many close calls. Woo! But rest assured, Puppet Steve's going to beat this thing. Oh yeah, take that.
Is he intentionally running into all of the enemies? I feel like you could jump over those, right? It's getting close to 4 hours. That's right, it's almost 2.
Oh no, here it comes. I beat it.
Yeah, sorry for keeping you up so long, Cheshire. If you do want to go to bed, that's totally cool. Yeah, I'm kind of used to staying up hella late, so, you know, this doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, not today, Mr. Fire. Oh, that was close. But once you get to the end, well, you face off against good old Torch Man, who likes to throw fire around like he's trying to roast.
Oh, this stream is going to be something nice you could just put in the background while you're doing work, you know. I use a lot of these long ass streams for that. I'll be at my like day job and I'll just put on like a fucking Deadwing Dork, or like there was one time I played some side scrollers while I was fucking the new side scrollers. I don't watch a lot of the new side scrollers, but every now and then I'll put them on, or I'll put on like a Geno Samuel, like Chris Chan stream, Chris Chan reaction stream. You know, there's a lot of good streams I just like to put on in the background while I'm doing shit. I kind of hope at one point my streams are kind of like that, where people will just listen. I usually go to bed at 5 a.m. I kind of hope at one point my streams are going to be like that, where I'll get comments from people all like, yeah, I like to listen to you fucking rant about Street Fighter for 5 fucking hours while I'm at work.
Yep, this guy's pretty tough, but of course he's no match for Puppet Steve.
My next comment I hope I get when my channel blows up is, man, you put way too many fucking Metal Gear references in your videos. Why not make a Metal Gear channel? Why did you make a Capcom channel, you fucking dunce?
And once we defeat him, well, we get his weapon, which is called the Blazing Torch. And of course, I liked his weapon a lot more than Acid Man's. Oh man, just got a little bit of attack range. Alright, the third level I went to was then Tundra Man.
Tundra Man is fucking fabulous, dude. Tundra Man kind of reminds me of what's her name? It's god damn it, that one chick from Street Fighter 6 that like nobody could figure out their gender. God damn it. Eternity, right? I think that was their name.
And yep, like I said, I probably should have started with this level first because this
I wonder if Tundra Man is the same situation or not. I don't know.
one's a little bit easier than the rest. But I gotta say, playing through this level kind of gets me in the mood for Christmas. Jingle bells.
You know what? Everybody simps for Chun-Li. Everybody simps for like Ada Wong. Everybody simps for Lady in DMC. Who do people simp for as far as Mega Man goes? Does everybody simp for Rock? Or not Rock. Rock is Mega Man. Does everybody simp for Roll? Well, Roll is like a little girl, so I would hope they don't. I really got to get more connected with like the Mega Man fan base. I really have no idea what's going on here. I'm gonna be honest. I always thought Mega Man fans were like really cringe because like every single one I've ever met has been like extremely socially awkward. But maybe that's just my own prejudice. I'm not sure.
Jingle bells. Man, I'm ready to deck some halls. But yep.
I don't know. I've just never met a Mega Man fan that like casually drank alcohol and like smoked weed and like had anything cool to say. They were usually very uptight and socially awkward and like, I don't know. Maybe I just met the wrong fans though.
There are all kinds of cool obstacles in this level, like killer icicles and strong wind currents that like to blow you around. Yep, you're gonna
I believe the name of that robot master I was talking about was a Tundra Man or some shit. Well, if they're called Dead Tundra Man, obviously they're dudes, so never mind. Wait, Girl Block Man. Girl Block Man? Hold on.
And of course, taking his weapon will give us the good old Tundra Storm. And I gotta say, this
I am cringe. I am the next Capcom Cringe episode, as a matter of fact.
weapon is super awesome. It's one of my favorite.
I'm kidding. The next Capcom Cringe, I'm thinking it might be Linkara. I know he reviewed the Street Fighter comics, except I also don't know if I want to do too much Street Fighter shit in a row. Because I know this is a Capcom channel, so I gotta find something RE related to talk about as well. I was also thinking I would stream DeviantArt and just find some really like incredibly shitty art. The problem with that is I can't show my screen during a DeviantArt stream because there's so much crazy fetish shit on DeviantArt, and you know, the fetish is never enough. There also has to be tits and ass involved for some reason. You know, you can't simply have vor on DeviantArt. It also needs to be nude vor for apparently some fucking reason. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to like directly stream it. I'd probably have to like cherry pick images, then bring them into OBS, then show them, then point and laugh at them and be like, haha, isn't that funny? Oh, my other comment I meant in SF. Oh, the character in SF6 who had like the ambiguous gender, I think their name was Eternity. I don't quite remember. It was something that started with an E. But yeah, basically what I was saying is, yeah, we might do a DeviantArt stream as like a low blow. It'll be the low-hanging fruit of this fucking series. I suppose IrateGamer is already low-hanging fruit, but oh well.
It's the game because it creates this big old tornado thing that kills enemies. Gotta love that. Alright, the fourth level I went to was good old Block Man because I thought, he's a blockhead. He won't be that hard, right? Well, kinda. Because the beginning of this game is pretty easy.
Girl Block Man. Why is this called Girl Block Man? Does he mean Grid Block Man?
That hard, right?
Block Man. Witches, Torchman, Acid Land. Oh, is this like a category set? What the fuck? Wait, what? Girl Block Man? Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that character's name must have been Eternity. Okay, I'm sick of this Mega Man video. Let's see Mega Man Funko horror serial unboxing. Oh yeah, maybe we'll do a stream of 𝐂𝐀𝐏𝐂𝐿's Portal at some point. But 𝐂𝐀𝐏𝐿's Portal is the same situation where Once again, there cannot simply be a fetish. They also have to be nude while they're doing it for some fucking reason. So once again, I have to cherry pick images and shit just to not get in trouble with YouTube. YouTube unfortunately has a lot of rules regarding nudity, and it's unfortunate because it also means I can't just play porn on my stream, even though I would much rather I would much rather be doing that instead of watching IrateGamer.
Hey kids, today we're gonna be getting our breakfast on with Funko's new lineup.
Dude, if I could just play porn on stream and just sit there and watch it, that would be so much easier than having to like come up with something to say while watching the kids channel.
Breakfast cereals! Aw, yes! Oh, breakfast cereals! Me want some? Ah! Oh no, Zombie Steve, these are my breakfast cereals to review. Ah! Ha! So let's get to it. Oh man, I'm super excited because Funko really hooked us up by sending.
I'm joking, by the way, like before anyone gets any crazy fucking ideas. No, I don't want to non-ironically play porn on stream. I'm not mad that I can't. As a matter of fact, I'm happy that rule is there.
These breakfast cereals that we can find this month at various stores.
They made a fucking cereal out of that shitty ass Gollum game. Are you kidding me? That shitty motherfucking Gollum, Lord of the Rings Gollum game. They made a cereal out of that. Wow. Funko is I kind of already hated Funko, but God, now they're just trolling at this point. Why would you make a cereal out of Gollum? And it's the same cereal too. They're just a different fucking color.
The mall. Check this out. FYE has Jason Voorhees cereal and the Freddy Krueger cereal. Oh yes. Well, over at Box Lunch, we can find old Golem Lord of the Rings cereal. Ooh, I can't wait to open that one. And then last of all, we have the Mega Man cereal, which we can find at GameStop. Now, there's one more cereal that we don't have here, which is...
That's another thing. You can only get these cereals at GameStop, which I mean, imagine walking into GameStop and buying a fucking cereal. I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Cuphead cereal, which is found only at Hot Topic.
Cuphead cereal is found only at Hot Topic. What the hell? That's weird. Cuphead is also a gaming thing though. When I think of Hot Topic, I don't think of... I know, right? Funko makes cereal now. It's Funko makes a lot of shit now apparently, and it's all themed around these shitty fucking figures. These shitty fucking vinyl figures that, like, for some reason, if you just happen to have the right one, you become a millionaire overnight. So fucking, I don't know. Anyways, this is apparently sold at Hot Topic, which I was about to say, Hot Topic. When I think of Hot Topic, I don't think of gamers. I think of stupid fucking idiots like me who listen to heavy metal and like just want something like that looks vaguely unique to wear, you know?
Alright, so the first cereal we're gonna review is the good old Mega Man cereal. Oh yes, this is gonna be awesome. Look, the cereal's blue in color and includes a little Mega Man too. Oh, you gotta love that. Exclusive only at GameStop. This cereal's coming at you with cool maze on the back. Oh, I gotta love that.
Oh, you know what? Next stream might be about Game Dude. Next stream should be about Game Dude, because Game Dude has most definitely reviewed some. Actually, let's take a preview of it right now. Game Dude is most definitely GameCube. Nintendo Sheet Cube. I do not like the Nintendo Sheet Cube. It has the worst games of them all. Mario Kart Double Dash is the worst Mario Kart ever. I like Mario Kart 8 more. Anyways, Game Dude. I don't know, let's just look. Capcom versus SNK 2, that would be a funny one. Game Dude, Star Fox, Game Dude. Are there any like Game Dude theme song? What the fuck? What the fuck is that thumbnail? Okay. Anyways, history of Game Dude, Game Dude's reviews, Game Dude dinosaur video. Oh, that's a hell of a thing we're gonna have to get into. Apparently he not. Okay, let's just type in the name of a series. So you know what, we're already doing Mega Man. Let's see if he ever reviewed Mega Man. 10 times Mega Man infiltrated other games. Very fat. Are Game Dude's reviews just not up anymore? That might make a Game Dude stream kind of difficult to do. Game Dude Street Fighter. How about that? He has to have talked about Street Fighter, right? Best way to try a new game. Oh, GameFly is back apparently. I forgot about that. Yeah, I used to have a service called GameFly. This was many years ago. My parents used to have a service called GameFly, and we would try out games. And apparently they're back now. Like I don't know how that happened. Wow. Okay, maybe a Game Dude stream is impossible because I'm not finding any like archives of any of his shit. By the way, there's a hilarious fucking Mr. Medicare video on Linkara. I'm gonna talk about Linkara at some point too, because he reviewed the Udon Street Fighter comics. So we're actually gonna watch them atop the fourth wall on stream at some point. Anyways. What has Game Dude reviewed anything Capcom related? Because a Game Dude stream would be so fucking funny. I love the game. I love the GameCube too, but not the angry pissed off gamer guy. The angry pissed off gamer guy. He no like no Nintendo shit cube. Game Dude Sonic 06. Let's just look at Game Dude's original Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 review. Did he just happen to not talk about any Capcom games? Because that would kind of suck. That would mean I can't do a stream on him. I won't have any segue to do anything on him. Let's see. He has to have talked about Resident Evil. Now that I think about it, he has to have talked about Resident Evil, right? Okay, either all of his shit got taken down, or he just managed to avoid every fucking Capcom game in existence. What the hell, man? Okay. It'll be up to fate if a Game Dude stream ever happens, which sucks because I would fucking love it. What the hell? Resident Evil Nintendo NES. This has to be a scam. Yeah, they even got the they even have the fucking Rebecca Chambers basketball photo. Oh god. Resident Evil NES. Is this like a fan project or is this like a genuine scam? I should really look into this. What is this place? Okay, this is something to look into. I might bookmark this for later. Okay, anyways, let's get to Mega Man Funko Pop.
Yep, for all you health nuts, this does contain wheat and artificial flavors and coloring like Blue One. But I'm a puppet, so of course I'm gonna love this cereal. Oh man, look at that! Oh, the cereal's blue in color? Oh, that is awesome! Now I just need some scissors here to open this up very carefully so we can pour ourselves a
Puppet Steve unfortunately doesn't have the forearm strength to be able to open up a bag of cereal the same way I do it, you know, and make a whole fucking mess on the floor. Actually, you know what? Puppet Steve apparently has a bigger brain than I do. Never mind. No joshing on Puppet Steve. He's a smarter human being here.
a bowl of Mega Man cereal! I never thought I'd be saying that. Mega Man cereal. Oh, yes! Look at that!
What the fuck would a Mega Man cereal taste like?
Ooh, so
If I had to guess, the last time I ate a blue circle, it was in Fruit Loops, I think. Does Fruit Loops have blue circles? Probably, they probably do. But anyways, I guess maybe this would taste like Fruit Loops or something. I don't know.
blue and scrumptious. Let's see how it tastes.
Oh, okay. He had the same question apparently.
That's pretty good. Oh, what's it taste like? Well, it actually tastes a little bit like Fruit Loops.
Tastes like Fruit Loops. Okay, cool. my guessing powers are boring. Fruit Loops. My guessing powers are phenomenal. I can predict the future. I've seen the world 3 seconds ahead of the rest of you. Technically that's true. The stream delay on this stream is so fucking bad that I'm having to react to the chat messages like 3 seconds after they come up for you guys. So sorry about that.
Oh, me want some. Hold on there, Zombie Steve. You'll get some in a little bit. You know what? It tastes like Fruit Loops.
I'm like 3 seconds in the future and you guys are like 3 seconds in the past. It's hilarious how how bad YouTube streaming is if you stream in 4K. However, all of my videos are in 4K, so it would be weird if my streams weren't in 4K. So I'm in a weird dilemma where the latency of my stream is fucking bad and YouTube can't solve it, apparently.
And kind of looks like Fruit Loops too. Ah, check that out. Pretty darn cool. But of course, now I want to find
Multi-billion company that, by the way, when they were developing Google Stadia, touted negative latency. The entire internet laughed at that one, by the way. The same company that was touting negative latency won't let me stream at fucking 4K quality and have a decent latency with you guys. I don't fucking know why.
that little Mega Man figure.
It's almost as if that whole negative latency thing was impossible and, you know, Google was just lying to us.
And let's see. Pull out this bag of cereal and oh, look at him down there. Oh, that's so cool. Come on here, Mega Man. Oh, here he comes. Oh, cool. He's in this little plastic bag. Oh, he's so cool and little. Oh, I love it. Now, if you're wondering how tall this little guy is,
I'm being pessimistic, I realize, but like this cereal, not only is it going to be valuable just because Puppet Steve touched it, and like some kids 20 years into the future are going to be like, I remember watching Puppet Steve, can I buy the cereal he had? You know, and then conveniently Puppet Steve's Mega Man Cheerios will be up for sale on eBay, right? Anyways, not only will these be rare just because Puppet Steve happened to touch them, but also they'll be rare because it's a Funko product, and Funko products, for some fucking reason, just make you a millionaire whenever they feel like it.
well, we don't have the original Mega.
People apparently really like these. I can kind of see why, because they cover a wide variety of IPs. But like, if I was enthusiastic about Mega Man, right, wouldn't I just buy dedicated Mega Man merchandise? Like, I have never bought a Street Fighter Funko Pop. I've bought Street Fighter t-shirts. I bought Street Fighter action figures. I got a whole like shelf of Street Fighter action figures. I was talking about it earlier with the fan home shit. And then I would buy the Street Fighter games. I have Street Fighter like art books. I have Street Fighter comic books. I have never bought a Street Fighter Funko Pop. I've never had a need to, because if I wanted a Street Fighter vinyl figure, it probably already exists. So I don't know. I imagine Mega Man is in the same situation. I imagine like Five Nights at Freddy's and Walking Dead and Cuphead and all of these other like really popular series are the exact same way. So I've just never gotten that about Funko Pop. Maybe some masochist in the comments will have watched up to this point and be all like, oh, I have to let Rain and Noodles know why I love Funko Pop so much. And they'll leave a fat ass comment in the comments section, and I'll read it and I'll instantly understand, of course. But I don't know. I should stop going on tangents, because every time I go on a tangent, an ad plays. Also, Warframe, man. This game has been around for such a long time.
But we do have the Sonic
I have a FNAF Funko.
Pop figure, which
He's got the Sonic Pop figure.
is roughly the same size, and as you can see, it's about a
I think one time I bought a Peter Griffin Funko Pop, but it wasn't because I was genuinely a fan of Peter Griffin. I bought it because it was a Peter Griffin Funko Pop, and it was such a fucking meme. I once bought a Fortnite action figure for the same reason. It was Fortnite Jonesy. That's another funny story. I used to call Fortnite Jonesy Fortnite Tom, because I genuinely did not know his name, and he looked like a Tom. So for like several years, Fortnite's been around and people have been talking about it. I was just calling Jonesy. I was referring to Jonesy as Fortnite Tom. That's just how I've known him. And now I have trouble calling him Jonesy sometimes, because I really want to call him Fortnite Tom, because I feel like Fortnite Tom is such a much more funnier name. It's like it's the same idea as Sans Undertale, right? Like, you have to incorporate the name of the game in it. It just makes it so much funnier.
third of the size of a regular pop figure.
And then it's double funny because that's not even his fucking name. His name isn't Tom, but he looks like one, so I just call him that anyways. I don't know. Maybe my sense of humor is fucking dumb.
And for being so small, I'm surprised at the amount of detail is packed in this little figure. Oh man, this is cool. What if it twisted the head? Nope.
Don't kill Mega Man! Don't kill Mega Man. He never do nothing to you. Do not murder the Mega Man.
No dice. At least it looks pretty good. What a cool looking mini Mega Man. Hey, mini Mega Man, you want to go for a swim in your cereal? No. Too bad. That's so cool.
Homie just fucking murdered Mega Man.
Mega Man in his own cereal. That's awesome. It's a
This this is like a dystopian thing. Like imagine like you become so famous that you have a cereal after you, and the way you die, the comedic way that you die is you drown in your own cereal. That's how I imagine. That's gonna be how I imagine myself dying now. I'm gonna become like this massive like Capcom YouTuber, and then I'm gonna start like a music career and like a clothing line, and I'm gonna become like a movie director. I'm gonna be like the next Elon Musk, and then I'll have my own Rain and Noodles cereal. It'll be like red and black Fruit Loops, and the way I comedically die is I'll be inspecting it in like a factory, doing like quality insurance, and I just happen to fall into the vat of finished Rain and Noodles cereal and just fucking choke to death. I think that would be like the funniest way for me to fucking die.
cereal even the original Mega Man would love.
Obviously, it's preposterous and it's never gonna happen, but it would be so fucking hilarious if it did. I'm calling it now.
I love it. See, I told you. Oh man, what a cool looking breakfast cereal and a cool looking box to eat at breakfast time. All right, well, moving on. It's time to check out the Lord of the Rings cereal featuring...
I thought this was about Mega Man. Oh, I guess is it not? Oh, Mega Man Funko. Wait, no, Mega Man's in the title. Freddy Krueger, Friday the 13th, Jason. So Gollum isn't even in the title, yet he's talking about it. Lord of the Rings cereal, Freddy Krueger cereal. Okay, I really don't give a shit about these other cereals. I was kind of hoping this was a Mega Man video. YouTube is doing this weird thing where it bugs out and it keeps telling me there's only one viewer on the stream, but obviously that doesn't make sense because not only is Cheshire here, but also like my monitor is tuned into the stream too. I'm technically watching this on my phone. I'm technically watching this back on my phone while I'm performing the stream, and then obviously 2 other people are sticking around too, and they're just listening to this in the background. So YouTube is doing some weird shit, I guess. Atari mail order video games. You know what? We've spent a decent chunk of time. Well, we spent a decent chunk of time ranting, certainly, but we've also spent a decent chunk of time looking at the kids channel shit. Let's see if he before we leave off on that. Let's see if he has any more Street Fighter stuff. Turtles versus Street Fighter. Looks kind of like Mordecai from Regular Show. I don't know who that character is. Do we really want to watch this? I guess I'll queue it up in case we do. That guy looks kind of like Sans from a distance. How about we do Resident... Well, most certainly Resident Evil has never been on this channel, right? I would hope not. Okay. Devil May Cry likely hasn't either. But I guess it's worth a search. Let's see, what other... Maybe Monster Hunter? I kind of doubt it, though. Marvel's Avengers Mech X Airstrike, Captain Underpants. I used to read Captain Underpants books when I was younger. Sonic the Hedgehog. So maybe we'll do Ninja Turtle and Street Fighter. Maybe we might wrap up on that because I don't know what other Chris Neo review we're gonna see. Well, I don't know. Let's Google this channel. Let's look on this channel too. Let's see if he ever has talked about any other 4 hours now. I know, right? Arcade 1-Up. This is apparently related to Street Fighter. IrateGamer will return. Let's see. Resident Evil. We know he did that RE5 review earlier. That was sort of our introduction here. Let's see. Devil May Cry. Mega Man. Right, we already saw the Mega Man review. So yeah, I'd say probably after this video we're good to wrap up the stream. We've kind of covered at least all of the Capcom related stuff, plus all of the ghost hunting stuff, which, you know, it wasn't Capcom related, but it was definitely very entertaining to say the least. We're probably gonna wrap it up after this video. I'm probably gonna rant a shit ton during this one, and we're probably never gonna finish this one, but oh well. It'll be another hour before stream ends, presumably, because I won't be able to shut the fuck up.
Got the links in their description to purchase Puppet Steve Legos and to check out our new line of Puppet Steve.
Wait, Puppet Steve Legos? Puppet Steve Legos? There's no way these are official. Yeah, it's Etsy. Okay. Okay, it's Etsy. I was about to say, there is no fucking way he managed to get Puppet Steve Legos.
Just Puppet Steve Legos and to check out our new line of Puppet Steve shirts. All right, Ninja Turtle fans, today, we've got some new figures, including this awesome set, which is Ninja Turtles versus Street Fighter. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Ooh,
It's actually funny that this video came out in November of 2022. It's actually funny that there's a Street Fighter and Ninja Turtles collab happening right now in Street Fighter 6. The fact that I'm watching this right now, I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. The fact that Ninja Turtles and Street Fighter have apparently collabed several times before, it seems like.
But, Zombie Steve, what are you doing? Fight. Oh, for crying out loud, let's just get to unboxing. All right, guys, so here we have the brand new sets featuring Leonardo and Michelangelo against some Street Fighter characters in their awesome 35th anniversary set by Playmates. Cool, and then on top of that, we're going to look at a bunch of NECA figures that they've released in this Ninja Turtle line as well, because, we got...
I thought that said Anthrax for a second, and like, oh yeah, man, I wish I was listening to Anthrax right now. Anyways.
Gotta catch up on those. All right, so first things first, we've got these cool Playmate figures. Look at this. On one side, there's a Ninja Turtle. On the other, Street Fighter. Oh, and they make these awesome combo sets. And on the package, look at our Leonardo. Oh, gritty looking. Oh, cool, and shaded as well. Nice. And then, of course, he goes head-to-head with Ryu, or Ryu, however you say that. And he looks pretty cool, too. Look at that. Oh, man. Choo. Fighting all the way around. Look at that. Ooh, he's got the bandana. Nice. So there's these two fighters coming at you, looking cool. Who's gonna win? I'm not sure. But let's get out some reinforcements, which is Michelangelo.
All right, unbox Chun-Li. This is what I've been waiting for. This is gonna do it for me.
And Chun-Li. Oh, nice. So,
I need to see a grown man control a puppet touching Chun-Li.
And now we have Michelangelo out of the package. Look at that. He's all gritty too.
Show me Chun-Li. What are you doing?
It's like his brother here. Oh, nice. And he's a different shade of green. And yeah,
I want to see Chun-Li.
they look great together. Oh, cool. And of course, they're going to go head to head against Chun-Li. And boy, she looks really cool. Look just like she.
Okay, here's something interesting about like every Chun-Li toy I've seen. The face that they.
Video game.
Oh, thanks for showing me your ass.
Against.
The face that they sculpt on them, it always looks so off. I find it so funny that nobody can sculpt a good face on Chun-Li. And this is true of the 3D Street Fighter games too. Nobody can make a good-looking Chun-Li that isn't anime, at least not until Street Fighter 6. And they only pulled it off in Street Fighter 6 because Chun-Li doesn't look like anime girl Chun-Li. She just looks like a regular Chinese woman. So, I don't know. I always thought Chun-Li simp, shut up. I don't simp for to be truthful with you guys, I don't simp for Chun-Li. I simp for Hinoa, so I'm joking about that too. But yeah, I've always noticed this about like the Chun-Li toys specifically. They'll get Guile's face right, they'll get Ken's face right. Well, except Street Fighter 5, I guess. They'll get Ken's face right, except for Street Fighter 5. They'll get Ryu's face right. For some reason, they can never get Chun-Li's though. They'll even get like Cammy's face or like Yuri's face looking just fine. But I think you saw it right there. Like her eyes were kind of off.
Oh, cool. Of course, they're gonna go head to head against.
Yeah. Oh, I got the motion blur is not helping. Is this what it's like to watch one of my videos? There's like a shit ton of motion blur that keeps you from finding like a still frame of the fucking video that looks good. God, maybe I should stop using motion blur. Anyways.
Chun-Li, and boy, she looks really cool. Look just like she does from the video game. Oh, she's got those cool things in her.
I love that he immediately decided to turn her around on her ass. Well, I probably would have done the same.
Hair and the outfit. Wow, looks totally retro. Just like Ryu here. Ah, cool. Yeah, look at us. Ooh, we're gonna fight.
Ryu does not look like Ryu. That's another funny thing. He looks kind of like the Chad.
Fully retro. Just like
He looks vaguely like a Johnny Bravo eyes like Giga Chad. Like look at that fucking jawline, dude. God damn.
Ryu here. Ah, cool. Yeah, look at us. Ooh, we're gonna fight the Ninja Turtles. So, all right, there they are together. Now, I'm not sure if they're gonna make 4 different sets in all, so they'll feature Raphael and Donatello, but there are some other characters that they could probably fit into this fray on the Street Fighter side. So maybe in the future they'll put
Slow it down. What, the video? Yeah, I guess we'll look at that Chun-Li again. Oh wait, we had the perfect frame right there. Oh well, anyways, yeah. Notice how like the eye is like totally off. Like the sculpt on these is kind of like, I guess these are cheap toys, right? Like this is something you would find in a toy store. It's supposed to be affordable. You know, the whole point is it's like a recognizable character. It doesn't need to look good necessarily, because kids will fucking buy it anyways. I guess kids will buy Street Fighter anyways. Apparently Street Fighter is a kids thing. Fucking news to me. You know, I saw the Street Fighter 2 movie and I didn't think it was, but oh well. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. Whoops! I don't know how I did that. I thought I was selecting this. Oh well. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go back to. Oh, now my preview is gone.
but maybe in the future they'll put Donatello and Ken together. Oh, that'd be funny. But it does make me wonder who Raphael will be packaged with. Maybe Blanca. I love Blanca.
I think on the packaging they had.
Let's get out some reinforcements.
Only a fucking dumbass like me would notice this, but like they had it. It appears they have Guile and Ken on the packaging, so I would assume the next characters are going to be Guile and Ken. I mean, we'll see. Actually, those are probably out already, so I could fact check it if I really wanted to. Question is, do I? And the answer is no.
And Chun-Li. Oh, sweet. Oh, that is so cool. And yeah, this was an action figure I had when little Pepper Steve was growing up in the 80s. Wow, oh, scumbag. He looks like a fast.
Okay, apparently this is showing off like some other shit right afterwards, so I think that might be the end of the stream. I really can't give a shit about Ninja Turtles, I'll be honest with you. I know it's like one of the coolest things on earth. I know people love it. I don't know. I'm weird like that. I really don't give a shit about Ninja Turtles. When the collab happened, I was like, yeah, cool. Ninja Turtles, cool. I don't know. Let's go ahead and put this on the BRB screen. I'd say stream is about closing out soon. Let's see. Is there anything I want to say? Is there anything I want to do before I close this stream out? Next stream will most likely be talking about, hold on, I have a notepad where I wrote all of these ideas for these Capcom cringes down. Funny thing is, when I started this stream, I intended to fucking do it for like an hour, and here we are at 4. So I guess stream was more successful than I was expecting, but yeah, at some point I wanted to restream DSP, you know, because that pisses him off, and I would love to have the honor of pissing DSP off. I also have a lot to say about a Street Fighter gameplay. I'm not like the greatest Street Fighter player on earth, but like even an idiot like me can tell you what DSP is doing wrong in Street Fighter. So it's funny in that way. Angry Joe apparently made some Devil May Cry reviews. I vaguely remember hearing that they were bad. I'm not entirely sure. We might check those out. They're either going to be really good or really bad. I'll probably watch them ahead of stream, and if they are bad, we'll do an Angry Joe stream. A lot of these I'm realizing are fucking that guy with the glasses people. That's so fucking funny. I want to do a stream with Linkara. We're going to be watching some Atop the Fourth Wall. He has reviewed Street Fighter comics at some point, so I want to talk about that. Speaking of Street Fighter comics, there's a Brazilian Street Fighter comic that is very strange. As a matter of fact, it's more perverted than that Street Fighter 2 movie I was talking about. And then there's the there's the Brazilian Mega Man comic, which is much of the same vein. It's very bizarre, and it's It's also very perverted. Those are what I have written down right now. And obviously we did the IrateGamer stream, so I'm gonna have to check mark the IrateGamer on my checklist over here. But yeah, it looks like we got 4, maybe 5 streams of this lined up. Hopefully I'll find more stuff. Again, I was thinking I would stream DeviantArt or 𝐂𝐀𝐏𝐿 Portal because those sites are definitely very cringe. It would be very easy to find content on those. But yeah, hopefully you guys ended up liking this stream. It seemed like it was a really fun stream. You know, we had people chatting the entire time. I was certainly ranting the entire time. I spent fucking 4 hours to commentate over like what was probably like 1 hour of actual like content. So oh well. But yeah, I've got several more of these to come. We're also going to be playing Resident Evil 4. I don't know if I'll play Resident Evil 4 tonight. It's 2:14 a.m. right now. I might, if like the mood still strikes me. I got like no clue though if I really want to do that. So if you see like a Resident Evil 4 stream later tonight, you know, it's understandable if you don't watch that. If you don't watch that, it's going to be available as a VOD too if you wanted to see that. I'll either do that or I'll play Street Fighter 6 ranked. I really need to get my ass on finishing Resident Evil 4 remake though, because I completely dropped that game as soon as SF6 came out, and I feel kind of bad because a lot of my viewers are Resident Evil people. So yeah, as far as Capcom Cringe goes, we're gonna keep the show going. Apparently these streams last a lot longer than I was expecting, probably because I'm just gonna be ranting. Oh, this Chun-Li combo is played what, like 3 times now? That's interesting. Anyways, yeah, I got DSP in line. I got maybe Angry Joe. I'll be watching those Devil May Cry reviews. If they're bad, we will do a stream on those. Linkara atop the fourth wall. Those Brazilian comics, probably DeviantArt, probably 𝐂𝐀𝐏𝐿 Portal. That's like 6 streams right there, pretty much. Off of all of those I named, all of those I listed off. If we find another cringe like Capcom YouTuber by fucking accident or some shit, I would prefer to not be punching down. Which honestly, it's gonna be hard to find a Capcom's channel like smaller than mine. I feel like a lot of the actual like cringe content usually has more subs than I do, but oh well. I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens. But yeah, maybe some RE4R. If not tonight, maybe tomorrow. It depends on what I want to do. Depends on if I'll be deciding to work on a video tomorrow or if I want to stream. It's kind of up to my mood. Next week we might not have a Capcom Cringe. We might just stream RE4R that time. It really depends. I'll let you guys know ahead of time what we're going to do for streams specifically. But that's another thing I wanted to say. We're going to do a stream every Saturday at 10 p.m. That's going to be my fixed schedule. That's like the best time for me to do streams. And I really like doing streams, especially this stream. This stream was a lot of fucking fun. And so was the last stream where I was bitching about YouTube. So I definitely want to do more of these. I have people asking me to do more streams. So hopefully you guys are checking them out. Hopefully you're enjoying them. Devil Never Cry. It's I want to shout them out in specific. They're always asking me when streams are happening. Well, fucker, I hope I hope you're happy with this one because it's 4 hours. I'm joking, by the way. I'm not mad at them, but like this stream is 4 hours. So let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to say? I guess that's kind of the gist of it. Once again, stream every Saturday, 10 p.m. Be here if you want to. Otherwise, it's going to be available as a VOD. Most of you will likely be watching this as a VOD. I doubt you're going to be watching this entire thing. You're probably playing it in the background. But yeah, you know, we got more of these Capcom Cringe streams coming up. We're going to be playing more RE4R. We're going to play more Street Fighter 6 ranked. Thank you guys so much for checking out the stream. Thank you for chatting in the chat if you were there. You know, thanks everybody for stopping by. It's been a really cool stream so far. Yeah, this whole thing's been like a really cool stream. So I think that's about all. I think it's about time we ended the stream. Let's get this bitch ending. Uh-oh. Are my ending videos not playing? Uh-oh.